not saying you weren't raped. I'm not saying you've not told the truth. I'm saying as a rape prosecution, there isn't sufficient evidence to prosecute. That's very different to what you're saying I'm saying. What you're implying is that we don't believe you. That's not the case.
That's from you to her. I'll come see you next week, babe, for the evening so we can spend more time together and have more amazing sex.
Point of view, what would we do if, say for example, we charged him and he went to court and he said it was consensual?
I can prove it's not consensual.
Okay.
Do you think I would consent to having a lump and a bruise on my face this size the next day?
But looks not right to you and tell you what I'm going to do. Okay?
I just think it's crazy that you've made the decision on the review yourself. Yeah, you made that decision, the second review on this. And yet you're telling me you haven't seen one of the most major text messages that proves that he ejaculated inside me. That is absolutely barbaric. It's absolutely outrageous how this woman has been allowed to tamper with this, put it all in a drawer, hide it till last minute, lie about everything, and now you have actually made a decision and let this guy go, and you haven't even seen the messages. I am shocked.
What are you saying? Are you saying that a particular message has been removed from the file?
I think so, yeah. I think a lot of stuff...
Are you saying I haven't read it properly?
I think it's been removed.
Right.
I honestly believe Linda Stearman has done something to this case to
Samantha, stop, okay? In that respect then, let me go back and review the file again, because if that message is there, that's my error and not hers, okay? Like I said to you, I haven't had a chance to go through every single line of every page in that file, so it's not my job.
But if you're making that sort of errors, do you think you should be working on review cases?
Why is it an error?
You just said it was your error. If the text messages isn't in that file, sorry, if it is in that file and you've missed it, you just said the message about him ejaculating me. You said if that text messages is in that file, then that's going to be your error. You've missed it. It's been removed.
Right.
I honestly believe Linda Stearman has done something to this case to
Samantha, stop. Okay. In that respect, then, let me go back and review the file again, because if that message is there, that's my error and not hers. Okay.
Should you be making the decisions on rape reviews if you're missing such evidence like that?
I want to talk to you tonight about police corruption, and I want to show you some evidence on police corruption that happened to me, because I think the time is very relevant with what's going on right now. So back in 2018, I was working on a film and I was sexually assaulted on my birthday. One of the guys was an actor in the film and I trusted him. I'd known him for about a year. So I went to the police thinking that I had enough evidence because he'd sent me messages the morning after. And the police basically agreed there was enough evidence to prosecute. So because he was continually giving me shit and not leaving me alone, I decided to take it all the way with him. Little did I know that was going to be the biggest mistake of my life. So trusting the police, they basically lied to me. Linda Stearman, the CID officer at the time, she said to me that there was enough for a police prosecution and that it would go to CPS for a decision. So she told me it would be a lengthy time waiting. I waited 9 months. Then we started getting a little bit sort of irritable, and I had a friend write email into the CPS. They basically said that the police had never forwarded my case. So you can imagine I was raging is the words. I was so angry. I just couldn't believe it at the time. Now we see all this stuff going on with Tommy Robinson and the amount of children that are being let down by the police and the amount of cover-ups there are. This is why I feel it's time for me to tell my story yet again. So trusting the police, when I went in for the first initial interview to tell them on record what had happened, I didn't feel like they were listening. The first copper was kind of looking at his watch and tapping his foot. The energy was just off. Then I spoke to this Linda Stearman and she seemed a little bit more, I don't know, she gave me a little bit more faith because of the text messages. She said to me that that would be enough, but it would be a lengthy process. She also told me that I wasn't to speak to anybody about the case. I wasn't allowed to speak about it online. I wasn't allowed to do anything. So during that time of me being silenced, he went on the Jeremy Kyle show. His ex-girlfriend at the time she was still with him, but she took him on the Jeremy Kyle show because she wasn't too sure to believe him or not. And he failed 3 lie detectors. So I was actually outraged that he was allowed to go onto ITV. They asked me to go on, but I said, absolutely no way. I told Jeremy Kyle exactly what he'd done, and I left a statement for the show, but there was no way I was going near that man ever again. The police, by this point, I actually thought were going to do something about it. I was quite shocked that they didn't stop him from going on the show, but he was allowed to. I'd say later on that actually did help out because of the lie detectors and the way he portrayed himself on the show. He just showed himself for what he really is. You saw the temper, you saw the lies, the manipulation, it was all there. So what I basically found out, when I found out, that the police weren't going to be going ahead with it, I decided to come online and share all the evidence. But the problem for me in the film industry is there are a lot of cliques and flying monkeys, and him and his best friend Aaron Twin, with a handful of others, managed to cause a reputation of me online and caused me a lot of trouble with people I'd never met, never spoken to. They were going around telling people I'd lied about being raped. They were going around telling people that I was just some tart that lies about things and causes trouble for people. Apparently I lose my temper on set, and all these things that they were saying was not true. But because there were a couple people saying it and they were making up fake accounts pretending to be other people that agreed, it started to cause this kind of smear campaign. In the process of all that, they were actually trolling and harassing and sending me threats. So what I decided to do, I spoke to a solicitor and they told me to collect all the evidence, put it all together, and eventually I would have evidence of what they're doing. So we're now 7-8 years down the line. I think it's actually 7 years to the day of the rape on my birthday, the 7th of December, so it's coming up. I don't even want to think about it anymore. I try my best to put it to the back of my mind, but every now and again there's someone there to remind me. I.e. this week it's been Chris Smith stealing my film and teaming up with Aaron again, trying to cause trouble. So yeah, a lot of the flying monkeys and trolls have actually dissipated now. The last ones I had was Mason and Charlene Aldridge last year. They were fueling the fire until there was a conversation between Charlene Aldridge and a woman called Stacey Busher who threatened to kill me for Clark Tribe. It turns out that they'd just heard rumours on set of the drugs game and that someone on the set was telling them not to like me and block me and don't have anything to do with her. And once I knew that, I knew exactly what was going on and where the ringleaders were. And, he managed to get so many people that I've never even met or spoken to hate on me. And it's just pathetic. I mean, half the women are middle-aged women that are just doing it because they want a bit of attention and they fancy the lads they're sticking up for. I've actually got that in evidence. That was just insane. Some woman threatening to kill me for a guy she hardly even knows just because she fancies him a bit. And then I've got women that I've actually worked with on set telling Mason Fardeau to come around and give me a visit. It's just like, this is how these people are, and I take full responsibility for not vetting people before I got involved with them. Like I said, back at the Roofed days, I was so naive to the film industry. I didn't know who Dave Courtney was when I met him. I was just an actress on a film set, and all of a sudden I've got all these arseholes stuck to me. People that think the Krays are cool. People that think running around with guns and being a gangster at 50, 60 years old is cool. Like, seriously, these were the people telling me that I'm a bad person. And the best one of it is, which you'll probably see in the documentary if you watch it all, was Aaron Twin's friend Ed Oakley, who called me a monster after threatening to get me raped by 5 men. So this is the intellect that I was dealing with at the time. And yeah, like I said, in a way I've kind of like advanced now because I've learned about narcissistic abuse and why these flying monkeys get involved and how the narc actually works and how his little tactics and games play. When you know what you're dealing with, it's easier to deal with. So they wanted to bring it all online and ruin my film reputation and make sure no one ever works with me again. And like I say, you'll see all this in the video you're going to see next. I decided to document every single thing that happened, whether it was catfish, trolls, just people getting involved, the people themselves, what they were sending. I documented it all in a timeline. And if you want to catch up with everything and who the culprits are, then keep watching. I don't want to keep going over everything. It takes too much time to explain 8 years of crap. So I've literally fixated the documentary that I did last year onto this video, and it's got everything in it. So there's no need for me to keep explaining what happened to my rapist, or, you know, why, what happened next with this person, or where did that go, or why did I fall out with this person. They know what happened, I know what happened, and now the internet can know the real truth with evidence of what happened, and they can make their own decision. You know, because you've got this person saying this and this person saying this, so that person's never actually met me. They're just taking on what this person said when they met me once 8 years ago. And then you've got this person over there making up something. And then those 5 dickheads get together and then they start making up more bullshit. And this is the joys of the internet, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, let's bring it on the internet. This is my side to the story.
You know the score of her. She's a lying slag.
I'll make you fucking take it. That's what I'll do.
Get this on the podcast. She said Stacey raped her in the December.
You said no. Why did you say no? Telling the truth. This tested you're a liar, pal.
Because Sammy Lee was loving the attention. She had another movie coming out, and she loves the attention just before a movie.
She's a complete cunt.
Dude, I can roll more fucking boys who don't want to fuck you to fucking smash the shit out of you and your thing.
Want to know who Sammy Lee is, right? And I stupidly, and I've told this 100 times, I'll put my hands up to this, I stupidly said, just tell them it's Sammy Lee.
Yeah, because you want to publicly embarrass or shame or do things or use material, including Sammy's images still, and yet you hate the girl and you're using the images to make yourself look famous. Oh, fuck, bruv. And stop making allegations against Sammy.
Listen, you a dog that dirty fucking hoe. There's people out there with a fucking YouTube channel. Bitch, get it right. Listen, come for me. I'll tell you where to come. You tell me, just, you know, I can imagine it's quite sensitive for you to talk about. Yeah, if you can, just tell me the names of the men that done this to you. I know it's quite hard to speak about, but I am very interested in what happened, babe.
You know, some of their tactics is to muddy someone so no one believes you. I mean, earlier I've seen a post where they were talking to Aaron Twin.
You don't know even a fucking who you're fucking with.
People believe that Stacey, the bloke here, is telling the truth. How many people think he's a liar? It's a 50-50 split.
There is a lot riding in today. This is like do or die. At first, when I started getting trolled, I thought it was everybody. But John Silver taught me that one person can have up to 10 accounts. Now, 10 accounts saying something bad about you can get pretty heavy. But I decided to fight back, because I knew what they were saying wasn't true, and I've made it my mission to prove that. The trolling got really bad right after I spoke up about the rape. Then my attacker and his friends teamed up with a man called Chris Smith, who was on my production, and then went on to steal my film. They now go about spending their days trolling me and trying to ruin my name.
I must say, Jane, you've got some nice girls.
It was the summer of 2016. When I arrived on set, I didn't know who any of the people were, including Dave Courtney. I hadn't really followed those avenues or watched those kind of gangster movies. There's quite an age difference between me and Dave, so I had a little bit of catching up to do. Everybody on set was absolutely lovely and so professional. Coming away from Blood Feud, it was my first IMDb. I started to learn how to use IMDb, which is the International Movie Database, connecting with producers, directors and other actors. After we finished filming Blood Feud, I had a chat with an old school friend of mine who I'd known since I was 12 years old. His name's Jason Impey, and he's quite well known within the independent horror genre. He looked at my script briefly for Roofed and basically said it would be great as a screenplay. He agreed to help me make it, but he did actually give me a warning that with so many people and so many characters involved, it could be an absolute nightmare. At the time, I was quite naive and I kind of laughed it off, and I thought, no, you know, everybody involved kind of we're going for the same thing, so I didn't see there being a problem. I then got on the phone to Dave Courtney and explained what I had planned, and he was lovely. He basically offered me Camelot Castle to film all the club scenes. He then bagged a little small part for himself to play the club manager. So at this point, everything was going great, and I couldn't believe how helpful people were being and how supportive people were being, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. Little did I know then that that's where it would all go wrong. So March 2017, we all arrived very early on set, like 8 o'clock in the morning, and there were literally 50 or 60 people there. I hadn't actually invited everybody. I think what had happened is word had got out that there was a party scene being filmed at Dave's, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. We got there, and I must admit I was completely out of my depth. There were so many people, I just didn't really know exactly what I was doing. And unfortunately, the crew that was supposed to be helping me with the production, for some reason, I think they were kind of out of their depth as well. And it kind of became a little bit more stressful for the production crew because the actors were more concentrating on having photographs with guns. So people weren't really concentrating on what they were supposed to be doing, which first time round as a producer, you know, what can you do? So yeah, we kind of got through the day. We ended up not actually having enough time to finish a couple of scenes because Jason Impey's wife at the time decided that she'd had enough and she wanted to go home. Jason Impey was our DOP, so no cameraman, no filming. So yeah, I found myself having to rely a lot on people that really didn't have my best interests at heart over the years. After the first lot of filming, we got some great shots. Jason Impey did an amazing job as DOP getting his shots. All the actors did brilliantly. Me and Clark had been talking for about 3 months now, and Clark was amazing to start with. He was really invested in his character. He helped out with all the extra stuff on production, but it seemed that the minute, and I introduced Clark Tribe to Dave Courtney, he kind of used me as a stepping ladder. That's how I feel. We went to the April Fool's party, and David said if all the girls dress up, you get free bottle of champagne. So we went all out. We were having a great time and really looking forward to it for like 4 or 5 weeks. It was all planned. I ended up booking a B&B for all the cast and crew to stay in. I think there was about 7 or 8 of us that turned up in the end. But yeah, it was going to be an awesome night. I was coming out of the toilets and Clark collared me in the corridor, and he made a comment that I found quite disturbing. So I corrected him, and whilst doing that, I damaged his ego. That night, I didn't see him for the rest of the night because he got so drunk he fell asleep in Dave Courtney's bed. This was kind of only the second time he'd met Dave. I'd kind of introduced him at the filming in March and then again in April. So I was quite embarrassed, and the fact that Clark had brought a lot of people down with him and then just lumbered me with a load of strangers for the night. I also saw that that was just really disrespectful and that this guy didn't have my best interests at heart with the film. So the next day, after he'd sobered up, he called me and I told him that I didn't want to work with him on the rest of Roofed. I told him that I would be keeping his shots in the film, but I wouldn't be writing him in as the main character because we were only on the first scenes. The film was going to take a good few years to make. I mean, if he couldn't even respect his friends that he brought down to the party, and he just left them to it. Yeah, I just saw that he wasn't the type of guy that I originally thought he was. When I'd first met Clark, it was over the phone and Messenger. He had come through to the film through a guy called Craig John Hamilton, who lived in my town. So yeah, I hadn't actually met Clark up until the point that we filmed. And then when I met him, he was just a completely different person to who I originally thought he was. When I first met Clark, he was with a woman called Lindsay. He'd been with her for quite some time, so I kind of felt like he was a sensible guy, settled down, so that I could trust him. Not long after he started on Roofed, he had dumped his girlfriend by the first film shoot and was seeing another woman called Lindsay. And from what I hear, he's been through a few other women since then. So he just really wasn't the right guy to be playing the role of Dean. I needed to work with somebody that was reliable and trustworthy. And on the first day of meeting Clark with his friends, I realised it was going to be more trouble than it was worth. It was kind of true what Jason had said. He'd kind of foreseen the future. Then how he acted towards me at the party, just being disrespectful and assuming that I would sleep with him. I just realised that this guy didn't have any respect for me, and there was no way we were going to last maybe 2 years of filming. So I needed to get somebody a little bit more professional for the role. And unfortunately, Clark Tribe has not been able to forgive me for making that decision. You see, working on a film like Roofed, I knew all the crew and I trusted Jason Impey implicitly. I'd worked with him on many sets before, and he was the perfect gentleman and very professional on set. So I was kind of putting everybody on that pedestal. When Clark's mask fell off at the party, yeah, I kind of realised that I had to change direction. The very same day that I'd spoken to Clark and told him that I no longer wanted to go further, I had a phone call from Rainey Wixon, who was actually really good friends with Jason Impey. Clark met Rainey through me at Dave Courtney's. So she wanted to know what had gone on between me and Clark and why we'd fallen out. When I told her my concerns and what had happened at the party, she started saying to me that I was cutting my nose off to spite my face, that Clark was really good for the film, that we needed him. I already had another actor in mind who was actually supposed to play the character Dean before Clark, but there was a problem with the actor getting down and there was a couple of issues, so we changed their characters round, and then it went back to how it was supposed to be. So yeah, Rainey kind of, the moment she realised I was no longer going to be working with Clark Tribe, she ditched the project, as did Jason Impey, and MJ Dixon and his wife Anna. So there was my whole crew just gone. They literally followed Clark Tribe. Now, I don't know what he said. Like I say, I'd known Jason Impey since we were 12 years old. His wife's sister was my best friend at school. So I don't understand why these people just dropped the whole production to follow Clark. The next day, I got added to a group chat through Clark, and basically he had added all the models and dancers that had turned up on set at Dave's house. I think what had happened was Clark had told them that I had said not very nice things about each of them. They believed it and they came into this group chat gunning at me for all sorts. So Clark kind of did a disappearing act for a little while after that. He'd kind of put it around the UK BK boxing that I wasn't a very nice person. I don't know what happened between Dave and Clark because I wasn't there. All I know is what Dave told me, and that was that Clark Tribe had had a fight with Dave's ex-girlfriend's friend, a lady called Lindsay, and that they weren't happy with Clark, and Clark disappeared for a couple of years. Craig John Hamilton was friends with Clark. He actually continued with us at the time. Apparently Clark accused certain actors of being disloyal if they didn't leave me, and we basically just carried on. After filming one night, Craig John Hamilton got extremely drunk, and he wanted to open a bottle of champagne in my fridge. It was quite late, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and me and his girlfriend kind of said, you know, it's a bit late, we're going to getting off now. And he spoke to his girlfriend like a piece of shit, and it was in front of a lot of witnesses, and I wasn't prepared to listen to that in my own house, so I kicked him out of my house and had nothing to do with Craig. Shortly after that, he was back in Clark Tribe's arms, taking part in Clark Tribe's new film. Clark Tribe had in fact taken Rainey from my production that was on the film of the drugs game. MJ and Anna Dixon were good friends of Jason Impey, who I met through Jason. They decided to ditch me from a film called The Mask of Thorn. Now, Anna Dixon was a complete bitch from day one towards me. It was like I met her at the Milton Keynes Film Festival, and it was another little bubble, and she really didn't want me a part of it. She made me feel so unwelcome the first time that I went there. That's where I met Rainey too, and Jason Impey was a part of this Milton Keynes Festival, so that's kind of how we all met. I then started working on a film with Anna and her husband, MJ Dixon, but it was more her husband that had given me the part. Then I met her on the actual set, and yeah, she just made me feel really uncomfortable. I've also noticed that after ditching me from The Mask of Thorn, a role I had before she even met Clark Tribe, the minute she met Clark Tribe, she decided to ditch me from the film, yet she still uses my on-set photos on her website. This photo was actually us working on Roofed, yet she's made out it's a photo from The Mask of Thorn, which is quite irritating, I must admit. So here are people that didn't even know Clark until the day at Dave Courtney's, and after I decided that I didn't feel comfortable or safe working around Clark, they all decided to go off with Clark. So we get to Roofed 2, and now I have a new production team. During the break of Roofed 1 and 2, I was working on a film called Little Bastards. It was a film from Yuppie Wayne. I don't think it actually ever came out. That's where I met Aaron Twin, and then he came on board Roofed 2. Craig John Hamilton and I had fallen out due to him getting drunk at my house a few months previous, but we decided to put things aside so that we could both work on Little Bastards. Unfortunately, Roofed 1 was a bit of a flop due to bad sound. When I lost the crew that went off with Clark Tribe, I was left in a bit of a pickle and tried to finish the film off with an assistant that basically made out that they were more experienced than what they were. Not only that, it was the equipment they were using. The sound just wasn't good quality at all. Me being a first-time filmmaker, still had all this to learn. So by the time I got to Roofed 2, I had a better production team. And again, the vibe was brilliant. Everybody was getting on, the locations, the characters, the people, you know, everybody had a passion for it. I was still pretty upset what had happened between me and Clark. I thought me and him were mates, but it just goes to show that when you're talking to people over social media, they put on a facade and pretend to be somebody that they're not. I was quite naive at this point and kind of took everybody for face value. I'm quite a fun, easygoing person, and I never used to judge people. But after this experience of being in the independent film industry, it's definitely changed me as a person. So when we first started Roofed 2, everybody was on a great vibe again. Everybody seemed to have a great passion for what they were doing. Everybody was turning up on set on time. The problem I've had with productions in the past is that when you have an issue with one actor, be it that they're late on set, don't turn up on set, don't learn their lines, whatever the issue, they tend to try and turn their friends and other cast and crew members against you. So you end up not just having to deal with the problem that one actor's bringing to the production like a normal human being. They tend to take it very personally and then try to create a war on social media. And this is the reason for me doing this documentary. For the last 7 years, I have had a handful of men and women over the age of 35 all trying to throw rocks at me, calling me a liar about a sexual assault, taunting me, being horrible, calling me names, slating my work, and just spreading a not very nice reputation over social media. As we were filming Roofed 2, we had an issue with somebody that couldn't turn up on set. And Aaron Twin had been a very passionate actor, very into what we were doing. And he basically said he had a friend that wanted to come on board Roofed 2. So he introduced me to Stacey Fordham, who came across as a really nice guy. And we actually worked so well together that we decided to put Stacey in the film just a little bit more to give his character a bit more airtime. After about 7 months, I got to a point where I trusted these two men implicitly. I'd spoken to Aaron for hours on the phone, sorting out productions, as I did with Clark Tribe. At this point, I didn't know that Clark Tribe and Aaron Twin knew each other. There wasn't any reason for us to discuss Clark, so we continued the film with Stacey Fordham. After a year of filming, Roofed 3 came on, and we decided that we were going to take this into a series. I had a phone call from Stacey, and he basically told me that he'd split up with his girlfriend. He told me that he had the weekend free, and I'd been single for about 6 years. Wasn't really into the settling down stage. I'd had my children, I'd done all that, and I wanted to live for a little while. So he basically said he'd take me out for my birthday. December 2018, we ended up going to dinner at Miller and Carter, and then we went back to the Hilton Hotel. Everything was okay to start with. He wouldn't take his cap off in the restaurant. So the waiter basically said that we weren't allowed to dine in there because sportswear wasn't allowed. Stacey was adamant he didn't want to take his hat off, so the waiter asked us to leave. He then wanted to get pizza back at the hotel, so we ended up going back to the hotel, and we were watching bits and pieces on TV, listening to a bit of music. And then at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I went into the bathroom, and he stormed in, kicking the door open, accusing me of being on the phone to somebody. And I wasn't on the phone to anybody. My phone was actually playing music out in the room that he had just come from. So I was kind of confused, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I've not got my phone with me. And as I've come past him in the bathroom, he's punched me in the face. I've then gone flat down onto the floor. And then about a second later, there was a knock at the door. And he just said, "We don't need any assistance." Now, I don't know who that person was. I'm guessing it was a staff member, because I don't think a guest would knock on the door that late. But yeah, no one came back and no one did anything. So there I was, stuck with this guy in this room. He was off his face. He then started begging me and trying to apologise for what he'd done, telling me that he didn't know why he'd done it, that he was blaming it on the drugs. So I kind of, thinking back in hindsight now, I know I should have walked out there and then, but I had so much depending on this film. So much money out of my own pocket had gone into it. So many people were going to be ashamed, and I was going to be so embarrassed in front of so many people because of, you know, I shouldn't have really been there with him. And that's the way I feel. I blame myself 99.9% of it. I'm not saying what he did was right, but I should have walked out. The fact he was so apologetic and sorry and couldn't live with himself for doing what he'd done, I made this stupid decision in staying. I got into bed that night. He was really fidgety and walking around the room and looking out the window and just like not going to sleep. But I just weren't in the mood. My head was really hurting from where he'd hit me. So I rolled over and I was kind of just drifting off. And that's when he came up behind me and put himself into me without a condom. And 2 minutes later it was over. But the fact that I've got text messages from him proving all of this, yeah, to be called a liar about it is pretty disgusting. So the next couple of days, he started messaging me, telling me that, you know, he was really sorry and that he felt really sorry. And I just, to be honest, at that point, I felt so dirty. I didn't even want to think about it. I just wanted to pretend that it had never happened. And I didn't want the premiere and all the producers and directors and actors involved to be tarnished by what I'd done. So I kept it to myself. And then we got through the premiere. He was kind of really cocky that night and I just felt disgusted with myself, disgusted with him. But I tried to put a brave face on. That night at the premiere party, I realised that I couldn't go on filming Refid 4 with this man, and I told the other producer, who was a very close friend, best friends you could say, and he basically told me that I had to go to the police over it. I explained I didn't want to go to the police because, again, I didn't want the reputation or the promotion of that coming onto the film. I just wanted to remove this guy and then just get on with what we're doing. So he agreed with me. The next day I made the text message to basically say, look, this ain't going to be happening. And he decided to start getting all funny and nasty and messaging me and begging me like a narcissist does, trying to hoover you back. But by this point I'd seen through his bullshit and his lies, and he'd been playing me and another woman off against each other, a woman he's actually got a child with. So yeah, like he just wouldn't leave it. And in the end, I went to the police and I said to the police, look, I don't want to make a formal rape complaint. That's not what I want to do. I just want this guy to leave me alone. And the police responded by saying that I would not be able to get anything done unless I made a formal complaint of rape. So the fact that I had these text messages, the police said that that would be enough to prosecute. So I went with it.
At first, the investigating officer, Linda Stearman, told me that the CPS had decided not to take on the case because there'd been too much social media attention, also because of the Jeremy Kyle show. I went home straight away that night. I wrote to the CPS review board, and about 4 days later I had a letter back saying that my case was never forwarded to the CPS. So I recorded this interview. I don't know whether I should have or not, but after speaking with 3 police officers, being lied to, being huffed at, being tutted at, and basically because I used to be a dancer in a gentleman's club, I feel the police feel that I'm just not worth the work that it would take.
I'm not saying you weren't raped. I'm not saying you've not told the truth. I'm saying as a rape prosecution, there isn't sufficient evidence to prosecute. That's very different to what you're saying I'm saying. What you're implying is that we don't believe you. That's not the case.
Now, Aaron Twin knew about the allegations I'd made against his best mate, but he still continued to work with me. Stacey ended up getting taken onto the Jeremy Kyle show by his girlfriend at the time, and he was telling her all sorts of lies, like I was making the whole thing up. He wasn't even with me. He wasn't at the hotel. He swore on his child's life that it didn't happen and I was just this crazy person making everything up. Where it's all come out now that that's not true. So the girlfriend knows her side and she knows what she found out, and she knows that he also had cheated on her in the past, yet she decided to go on the show and believe his every word. Even when the lie detector came out that he was a liar, she still took him back. Not only that, the Jeremy Kyle show was pulled down not long after this was filmed because somebody committed suicide. You'll remember it nationally. So for a good year, I didn't even have any evidence that he had failed lie detectors. So I had to put up with all these fake accounts trolling me and telling me I'm a liar and telling me I'm in trouble, threatening me with rape, again, threatening me with death. And it got to a point where I decided to start collecting all the evidence. You see, the police can't do much with fake accounts. So I had to find a way to connect the dots. When Aaron Twin found out about what happened between me and Stacey, he was shocked, but he didn't say he didn't believe me. He continued to work with this on Refit 4 until it got to a point where I just couldn't deal with the fact that he was so close to Stacey. When Aaron first found out that Stacey wouldn't leave me alone, Aaron messaged me to tell me that he had told Stacey to quit it. He didn't want anything to do with it. He just wanted to continue with the film. At first, I felt really bad for Aaron because I felt like, you know, he was being affected for what his friend had done. I really tried not to let it come in between us, and I really tried to carry on with the production. But I just seriously I got to a point where I just didn't trust anybody, and definitely not somebody that was hanging around with the guy that had attacked me. So I decided to then get rid of Aaron, and that's when things really ramped up. I had a guy called Manny Hayari and Stu Armstrong, who are deeply embedded in the UK-BK boxing. They took it about themselves to spread the rumours and the lies that I was in fact the liar. He had no right to have sex with me the way he did without protection. And the fact that he wouldn't just leave me alone to move on with my life and kept hoovering me, not because he cared about me, but because he wanted to be in a film. They've all now gone on to punish me for making that decision. I kind of started to realise that Aaron and Stacey had a little bubble online, and they'd kind of attached themselves to some of the actors that were in Refit 1 and 2. And there was this little hate group bubbling under the surface. But as I didn't really have to see any of them again, I kind of just ignored it. I was at work one day and I got a phone call from the ITV production of Jeremy Kyle telling me that Stacey Fordham and a lady called Linda Curry were going on the show, and the show was all about me. I begged them not to allow this man to have a platform and explained that there was a rape investigation with Thames Valley Police. Believe it or not, they still allowed this man to go on the show. He ended up embarrassing himself, his girlfriend, me. He lied through his teeth and was a blatant narcissist. But there was nothing I could do about it, apart from leave a statement. The reason I didn't go on the show was because they told me I wasn't allowed to talk about the rape or the assault. So I couldn't understand how it was fair that there was a rape investigation and no one was stopping this man from humiliating me on national television. When the reporter initially rang me about going on the show, I forwarded her the text messages to back up what I was saying about Stacey. So Jeremy Kyle had seen the messages where he was apologising for doing what he'd done to me. Victimising a woman that he sexually assaulted, lying to the woman that he's got a child with. And not only that, he was actually manipulating the two of us before any of this actually kicked off. You can actually see the way he speaks about his baby mother. He was just vile, and I couldn't believe that he was actually going to these lengths to cover up what he'd done. Basically, he told his girlfriend Linda a load of lies. She was a little bit more on it and basically took him on the show for a lie detector. Now, I put it down to them just wanting a bit of 15-minute fame, because this was awful. Like, I can't even tell you. I think probably now this has happened to me,
there's probably nothing else that could ever embarrass me again. But as you can imagine, it gave me so much unwanted attention. I was getting messages from people that knew Aaron, who knew Stacey, who knew Linda. I was getting stories of things that Stacey and Aaron had done to other people. And my hands were tied. There was literally nothing I could do. They then went on to spread the rumours about me being a liar. About 2-3 months after, I think the Jeremy Kyle show was pulled down due to somebody committing suicide. So people tend to forget, and they forgot about him failing the lie detector. There were a couple of people that doubted me and then came forward and we sorted things out, and you know, we're all sorted now. But yeah, there were a lot of people that, even though they knew they were in the wrong for doubting me, they just didn't have it in them to apologise. And I ended up losing a lot of people that I thought were good friends. The space I'm in now, I realise that, you know, God removes people for a reason. But yeah, it was hurtful. It was really hurtful that this man had the power to do what he did to me, and then turn people I thought were my friends against me. It definitely made me look at people in a different light.
She was aware that Stacey was using a fake account called Kian Louis, and she was conspiring with him on public pages. This was, honestly, I can't tell you how shitty I felt. The fact that I'd worked with these people for well over a year, trusted them, and they literally stabbed the knife in my back, front, sides, head, everywhere. Like, you know, I never thought people could be this cruel. I mean, Kelly was in a group chat. She was even lying, saying that I went on the Jeremy Kyle show and got roasted. I never went on the Jeremy Kyle show, so I don't know why. Well, flying monkeys, that's what they do. And she decided to tell everybody that I was a liar, and that I was making very serious accusations that weren't true. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning her is because she goes around making out that she's some sort of pageant queen that fights for women's rights, and she basically puts this false persona on, saying that she owns a production company. It's not even registered, so it's all fake, and that's fine. It's fine to fake it till you make it, but she is manipulative, and she tried to use her social media network to make people believe Stacey. And the fact that I had Stacey's partner sticking up for him, even though she knew the truth about him, not about him raping me, but what a vile piece of shit he is, it made other people believe them, because he had the women fighting for him. In the end, another ex-cast member who was a makeup artist contacted me and told me that the guy Chris Smith that had stolen my film, he'd teamed up with Aaron and Stacey the minute Stacey and Aaron were off set, and they decided to re-edit my film and re-release it on sort of pirate download sites. I found out that Kelly had actually started a project with this Chris Smith. They too had issues with him. He also stole their film, and in fact he was the one that had been trolling Kelly. He'd also been doing it to the girl that told me about it. So I got to the bottom of this little story as to who some of the fake accounts were. It was basically this horrible bad rash called Chris Smith. We call him Creepy Chris. He came on set for 2 days. He didn't quite mesh in with the team and just made people feel uncomfortable. So we sort of still said we'd credit you, but thank you, we're going to move on to a different sort of way of filming. And he got the right arse, waited for Aaron and Stacey to leave the set, and then he went in all guns blazing, leaving nasty comments on my IMDb, setting up fake accounts. And because I didn't have any communication with Kirsty Islander, who calls herself Nikki Toom, and I didn't have any communication with Kelly, they at the time believed that I was the one trolling them. I've later spoken to Kirsty, and it turns out it was Chris Smith. My management wrote to Chris Smith's house. We knew that he lived with his parents. The police then got involved because the parents got a little bit worried that we knew the address. So Chris Smith, it was quite clever until you look at the register. And yeah, we haven't heard anything from Chris Smith since. It seems all his accounts have been taken down. Can't see him anywhere on social media, so I think his parents must have found out what he was up to with the film, and he's either crawling back into his hole or been hit by a bus. I have no idea, but he's gone completely quiet. Kelly still goes around telling everybody that I stalk her, and that I can't stop talking about her. It's not that at all, and she knows that. I'm just not prepared to let the little bitch carry on with her life until she's paid some consequences for what she did to me. As a woman that stands up and makes music videos about domestic violence, and you're sending rape victims or alleged rape victims messages saying that nobody cares, just move on. She is an absolute vile little bitch, and I want every single person that is in my circle to know exactly what she put me through. Stacey was just an animal. You come across guys like that in life, especially in my industry. But for Kelly, a woman, to team up, and Linda, I mean, Linda is the most stupidest woman I've ever met in my life. You've got a national television programme giving you lie detectors. You can tell if your man's lying or not. And if you can't, then can you really call it a relationship? He was oozing distrust. He was oozing dishonesty. You know, everybody could tell, but yet she still went on for 9 months to fight his corner. I have been so angry lately with certain people in my life because they should have, even if they didn't want to support me, they should have just sat on the fence and stayed out of it. Yet you got people like Tracy Jordan and Christian Davison who never knew Linda and Stacey, never worked with them on set. You know, they worked on 2 different series, and they set up a little hate group. We did some research, and it turned out that Chris Smith, the man that stole the film, was the guy that actually set up the Tom Hall fake page where the Sammy Lee haters all grouped together to cause me stress and to try and discredit me as a filmmaker to stop me working with anyone in the future. Stacey said this to Kellyanne in his own words. This was right at the beginning, just after the Jeremy Kyle show. So I kind of knew his plan, but I didn't know how he was doing it. I was contacted by another account under the name of James Burns. This person I could tell was definitely Stacey. He was telling me how he was going to hurt me and what he was going to do to me for accusing him of doing what he'd done. He would sort of talk in the third party and then sort of drop it to quite a personal level. These threats still go on till today, but what they do is they delete accounts and set new ones up. So it's really, really hard to keep tabs apart from screenshots. When I started to record all the harassment in the Now Call Me a Liar page, people started to take notice, and the trolling seemed to slow down. It wasn't as bad as it was, but they still did continue. Then another guy, a boxer called Decker, was out for my blood. He thought that I was trolling him. It actually turns out it was a guy called Stu Armstrong on a fake account pretending to be me. He was basically using the rape allegation I'd made on Stacey to fix me to a story that was going on with Decker, where Decker had also been accused of raping a girl. These guys are all part of a group called Firm Fellas, and they basically pretend to be famous, using their group to groom young girls into trusting them and thinking they're going to have the high life. Stu was a persistent follower of Rapist from 2017. He didn't actually come on set until 2018, yet he'd followed the film right from the beginning. He travelled 5 hours to be on set unpaid, and he also promoted Aaron Twin. So when me and Aaron and Stacey fell out, Stu saw it fit to take their side. And I believe later on he had a lot to do with the trolling, as he told me in various emails that he was going to do this, amongst other threats. And then they attack. I didn't go with Stacey knowing he was a firm fella. It was more Aaron that hung around with the firm fellas. I don't think Stacey has much to do with them, but online they are one group, and basically Stacey put the word around with Aaron and Stu Armstrong to basically attack me, and they used anybody that would be interested in a bit of fun and entertainment to call me names, try and discredit my work, contact people I work with, and it really started to have a knock-on effect to reality. It was affecting my financial status, my well-being. I lost loads of weight, I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, and thinking all that was enough, then I had a phone call from the police saying that Linda Curry, the partner of my rapist, had put in a complaint about me, and she wanted me to get done for malicious communication. At first they tried harassment, but when they realised it was just one nasty voicemail that I'd left in anger, and I shouldn't have done it, I do admit that, but I had a temper that day. I was so angry with what they'd done with the Jeremy Kyle show. I wanted to tell her what I thought of her. She didn't answer her phone, and I let my mouth run on the voicemail. She ran to the police, she gave that to the police. They kept me going for 8 months, saying that they could possibly be doing me for ringing up my rapist partner, even though she'd put me through all this hell online. And after 9 months they came back and said it's not within the public interest to prosecute me. So that was a nice ending, but I just think Linda Curry is vile for knowing what a bloke was, knowing what he'd done to her, not only me, and she still tried to pursue me going to prison after everything he'd done to me. So I needed to get my story out, because it was just more than one person. If Stacey had just gone away and left me alone, and not persistently text me, persistently calling me, trying to, I don't know, give me some sort of excuse as to what he did that night, you know, and he'd never do it again, and it was just constant message after message. Those messages have proven the truth. They may not say that he raped me, but it proves that I had the worst night of my life. It wasn't the birthday that he promised me, and ever since that day, all he's done is dig himself a deeper hole. Stacey's whole goal was to stop people working with me. He wanted to ruin me, and that didn't work, because I spoke up and because I had people listening. When they realised I had a group of 160 people watching everything that was going on, they got quieter and quieter. When we found their base, the Tom Hall page, we noticed there was only 11 people in this group, but the people were Linda Curry, Christian Davison, Stacey Fordham, Aaron Twin. There were some other people in there that I think were fake accounts. I believe Kellyanne's a little bit more clever, and she was on a fake account, but the other people that were in there were not aware of anything going on the wall. What we do know from somebody that was in the group, this was all going on a private messenger. So they were using the Tom Hall group to use the phone number to connect the messenger so that they could talk privately. So yeah, like, Facebook is a very dangerous place, and it seems that there's nothing there to police any sort of harassment. And what scares me is I'm 37. What about the kids that are younger? You know, what about kids that are at school? And, you know, bullying was bad enough when I was a kid, but now it can follow you home. And there's been so many stories where kids have committed suicide because they just can't deal with it. And I wanted to make an example of these people because they're supposed to be grown-ups. And the minute I didn't let them get their own way, or I stood up for what I believed in, they all turned on me. and they tried to get other people involved too. I was contacted by somebody that had been added to this page. They didn't know of any bullying that was going on the wall, but when they screenshotted me the phone number to the person that had set this page up, it turned out it was Chris Smith's phone number, the guy that stole my film. So he had set a fake page up in my friend's name with a not a very nice name across it, and there were 11 people, ex-cast members of Rapist, in this hate group. And from what I found out through the messenger is how they were connecting with each other. I was sent a message that was from Stacey to somebody, fake account, troll. I don't know whether Stacey knew who he was talking to or whether he fell for a catfish, but this person forwarded me the message, and this is what Stacey had to say. So I think with the Jeremy Kyle show and me saying what I've said and the text messages he sent me the next day, I don't think there's much more I can do to prove what he did. I have no idea why the police never forwarded my case to the CPS. I think anybody that makes a rape allegation should at least have a chance to go to court. Whether that person is prosecuted or not, I should have had my chance to stand up and tell them what he did to me and show the evidence that I had. And yeah, I think people like Kellyanne Summers, Christian Davison, his girlfriend, Linda Curry, and all the men that decided to back Stacey at the time that was on my film Rapist, they had the option to either walk away, support me, or carry on bullying me with my rapist, and they took the option to carry on bullying me with my rapist. So it took me about 2 years to put all this evidence together. I now have the police and the Cyber Hub team working on an investigation. I don't know how successful that's going to be. I've heard many stories about cyberbullying. It seems really bad with children at school, and there's just no way of policing this sort of behaviour. I mean, how cocky he was on the Jeremy Kyle more. He's not a very big man himself, and I think he's to do it anyway, and that is called rape. Some guys like Stacey Fordham, Aaron Twin and Ed Oakley, it seems that they missed a class when manners or the gentleman's chivalry lesson was given. I've never met Ed Oakley. He was supposed to come on board to be an extra in the film Rapist, but just before filming we'd removed Aaron and Stacey and it was no longer suitable for Ed to be there, hence his connection to Aaron. So he persisted to send me rape threats, and basically told me that his family were travellers, they were going to come to my house, and I was going to have 5 men, or exactly 5 black men, rape me up the arse. Like I said at the time, I don't know why he's using colour. I think it was to try and intimidate me even more. He's not a very big man himself, and I think he's actually got small man syndrome, hence the way he speaks to women. But my point is, he's never met me. There was no need for him to send me these messages, but he was standing up for Aaron and Stacey. Since outing Ed Oakley, he seems to have either blocked me or taken his account down. It is quite easy for a woman to go into a room with a man, for her not to consent to certain things, and for them to do it anyway, and that is called rape. Stu Armstrong told me that he was embarrassed that I'd spoke up about the rape. After the boxing match, Stu was staying in the same hotel as me and my producer, and that's where he told me that he thought that by me speaking up I'd ruined the film for everybody. So when I went back to Milton Keynes the next day, I decided I didn't want to work with Stu anymore. I wasn't prepared to travel all the way back to Manchester for somebody who didn't believe me. At the end of the day, if you don't believe me, you think I'm a liar, and if you think I'm a liar, you shouldn't want to be around me. So yeah, when I told Stu that I wasn't going to be coming back to Manchester to complete his scenes, he kicked off big time. So after Aaron Twin had left the production of Roofed 4, that was when the trolling got really, really bad. There was a fake account called James Burns who was consistently messaging me, basically saying some really awful things, threatening rape, threatening to harm me, calling me all the names you can think of, basically just taunting me and calling me a liar and basically saying that Stacey was innocent. So this was the first trolling that I'd ever experienced in my life, and I must admit, having so many people believe in Stacey Fordham, because Aaron Twin and Stacey's own girlfriend was backing him up, it was just so hard for me to prove that I was telling the truth. The Jeremy Kyle show had been taken down off air, and people were literally just left with their side of the story. I had no way of telling people, apart from talking to people on social media. But the problem there is it's only my side of the bubble hearing the truth. This is why I've decided to make this documentary and tell the whole story from start to finish. Over the last 7 years, things have got lost in translation. People are conspiring behind the scenes, and then when they put their lies out. So Stu Armstrong was another one who basically after the boxing match, he had taken Aaron Twin's side. At first he said he did believe me and he didn't want anything to do with Aaron and Stacey. But by the time I'd got to the boxing, he didn't even tell me before I went, travelled 2 hours to get to Manchester. He literally let me turn up, and so many people were giving me dirty looks. And yeah, I kind of wish I didn't go, to be honest. But Stu Armstrong then started to tell me and my producer that we were going to have bailiffs come to the house. He wanted money off of us for logos that had been in his film, even though the film had already been released. He was just very demanding, saying that he was going to make my life hell on social media. And I really didn't take Stu Armstrong's threats too seriously to start with, until the humble dryer got involved. John Wason also has something to do with this, as there was another interview put up with Stu Armstrong, who is a friend of Aaron Twin's and my attackers.
They really want to know who Sammy Lee is, right? And I stupidly, and I've told this 100 times, I've put my hands up to this, Stu, I stupidly said, just tell him it's Sammy Lee.
So this is where the story gets really out of control. This humble dryer guy had been hiding on fake accounts for quite some time, and I wasn't the only person that he was trolling. It was kind of 4 years ago now, so lots and lots of people know the story of the humble dryer if they were involved in it at the time. He was causing so much confusion online. He was basically connecting rapists, women abusers to victims. He was trying to tell people that he brought awareness to rapists and paedophiles. I never spoke to this guy, John Wason, not once, and yet he was doing podcasts with Stu Armstrong and Aaron Twin regarding my sexual assault. He then goes on in the podcast to admit that he was the one that put my name out about trolling. They were trying to convince people that it was me. So what they were doing was setting up fake accounts in my name and then going around and trolling people within the industry who they knew I didn't get on with. Cart Tribe was one of them. He then ended up teaming up with Aaron Twin. He gave Aaron Twin a small part in the Drugs Game film that he was producing in 21. And yeah, it just became more apparent that there was more soldiers being added to this Sammy Lee hate group. So not only did I have this lot setting me up, John Wason, the humble dryer, had a girlfriend at the time calling herself Donna. I also heard that her name's Amanda or Mandy, so I don't know which name she's going with. But she was going around trying to set up a boxer called Decker. She was trying to get him in trouble for rape, and that's where Stu Armstrong brought my name into it. They made Decker believe that I was trolling him.
I'll make you fucking take it. That's what I'll do. And I want you to lick my arsehole. And I'm gonna get a shower and piss all of you in the shower.
So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I'm having to put up with. Dryer. This link basically accuses me of trolling a lady actress called Paula. I never knew Paula, I've never spoken to Paula, I didn't sort of work around those circles. But this humble dryer who have been accusing me about being a liar over the rape on me, they're now basically trying to accuse me of somehow getting to this Paula and making her kill herself, which I think is a really disgusting accusation. Again, this is all going to the police, of course it is, but yeah, no, I just wanted to come on camera and say I had no idea who Paula was. I knew Charlie Bronson's name, obviously, but I don't follow in those circles, and I definitely don't look up to those sort of people. So how my name's been dragged into it, I don't know. It just seems that, again, it's this humble dryer and Decker Heggie. Now, this message that you heard at the beginning of the video, I don't know, again, whether that was meant for me. It was sent to me, but the link's been posted on YouTube. So, yeah, basically this humble dryer is a shit stirrer. She calls herself Donna Humble. She basically says that she's there to help domestic abuse and rape victims, but basically because I didn't want to get involved, and I told her, look, I don't need your help, I don't want anyone's help, I just want to do what I've had to do with my videos and leave it there. They've got the arse about that, and now they're sort of, I don't know, fabricating old messages.
You Charles Bronson's wife, mate, Paula, I used to speak to her all the time, and I'm going to tell you something now. See, the same people that are trolling me, they trolled Paula. Sammy Lee and all them trolled her, that's why she killed herself. Ask people, they'll tell you the truth.
I think this message from Decker that basically says that I'm a part of Paula's death or suicide, like, I don't know whether that was recent or did he say that. To be honest, I have no idea why he said it. Decker doesn't know me. We're not in the same circle, like I say, so I have no idea why this guy keeps putting things out there about me, making lies up about me. The only thing I can think of is he's connected to my rapist. There's a group of them that have been trying to take me down for the last 2 years. They're just trying to discredit me, make lies up about me, call me a slag and a slut and a la la la. You haven't stopped me. I've got 2 amazing children and a wonderful life, and no man is ever gonna make me feel like shit. I'm quite proud of my life and the life I've built for myself since I was 17, and yeah, I'm absolutely fine. So these pathetic videos that are going on and the manipulation that these strangers, basically, I have no idea who these people are, they just keep talking about me, bringing up something really hard for me to deal with. They just keep mentioning it and keep, you know, this humble dryer has nothing to do with my attacker, apparently. Yet every time they contact me, they kind of accuse me of being a liar, when I think I've broke my back to actually prove that I wasn't the liar. Stacey was the liar.
So me and Decker eventually did speak, and we got to the bottom of it, and he did apologise to me for sending me threats. He said the reason he did it was because he thought I was trolling him. Decker's had his own issues. I don't get involved in any of that, but it went massive, and I was getting so much abuse and so many threats, and it all seemed to stem from the UK BK boxing. and this humble dryer. Everybody following the humble dryer was also surrounded by the UKBK and the firm fellas. So yeah, I basically got accused of being this Donna, and had to prove that it wasn't me by putting my own voice next to the recordings that people had of this woman that people were saying was me. The humble dryer and Donna were both going around saying that they were advocates for sexual abuse and they wanted to help victims. Yet when I was being accused of being Donna and setting Decca up, not one of them came forward to say that they'd got the wrong person. Humble dryer then went on to interview Aaron Twin and Stu Armstrong about my sexual assault. The humble dryer, John Wason, was telling people that I went to him about my sexual assault and he couldn't help me. I've never spoken to this man in my life.
You know who Sammy Lee is, right? And I stupidly, and I've told this 100 times, I've put my hands up to this, Stu, I stupidly said, just tell him it's Sammy Lee. Right, that was all. Because Sammy Lee was loving the attention. She had another movie coming out and she loves the attention just before a movie. Aaron Twin. This is Aaron Twin to the left, and that's the man there that played in The Rise of the Foot Soldiers. Aaron Twin's been in quite a few things that you've been accused of a lot, Stu, right? And I've just cleared some of that up there. And involves the girl. So the next thing, basically, Sammy Lee started getting trolled by Decca, right? So I could probably say, I'm sorry, I was probably responsible for some of that trolling from Decca, okay? Now, Decca was trolling her, and I need to apologise for that. But after that, I can only say sorry. At the end of the day, I didn't have time to look into her allegation of this Stacey rating. But in between that, she then puts up a recording of her going into CID and recording the CID, interviewing her over the Stacey Fordham rape allegation. She went and put that in the internet. Now, this is where I went like that, Stu, fuck this, I'm out of this, man. I don't want nothing to do with it. Yeah, involves her here. Now, I came into contact with somebody today, Stu, and they sent me something which I'm going to play. I don't think you will have heard it yet. I was going to send you earlier, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to play it when Stu comes on. But just for fairness, so to the left, we have a guy called, Stacey?
Yeah.
The guy in the left of the picture. I don't know who the girl was with the blonde hair.
I can't remember her name.
Okay, so sorry for that girl in that picture. And then the girl down here is a girl called Sammy Lee. Behind Sammy Lee, we have what's that boy's name again? Days of the Apocalypse, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, back to Aaron Twin. Aaron Twin, back to Sammy Lee, sorry. So Sammy Lee's been quite a big part of proper going in on us, Stu, right? Now, Sammy Lee came to us back early doors, to say it was 2019. Don't quote me on the exact time, but the times are relevant, right? But John Leonard Silver brought Sammy Lee to us through Facebook, asking us to look into the rape allegation of the boy on the left here, Stacey. Yeah. And to be honest, Stu, and I wasn't being ignorant in saying this, right? I never signed up to go after victims that had been raped and or people who had raped. I never signed up for that. I basically, everything that happened with Decca Hagee was accidental. I basically went to teach them a lesson in manners, not to block people. And then the next thing I do, these people messaging me, you know. And then I thought, you know, I can't get you and call this guy this. I need to go and get proof. And I went and got the proof, i.e. the Clare's Law, which led on to his ACRO just this year. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, everything, you know, there's always something worse. There's never an improvement comes with the news you get in Decca. But in amongst all the news I got, I had to defend them in things as well, Stu, because there was things there that wasn't true. Mm-hmm. don't get me wrong, when the acro came and everything, you know, that was a show. There was things on it. There's things on his Sarah's Law. And
It's horrific, some of the stuff on that.
we've got victims testing these there, Stu, that we're held to confidentiality with. And at the end of the day, if I wasn't going to keep things legal, a fine thing would be to see one right between his eyes, for what we know, not for what people know out there. But as I say, don't take our word for it. Go and find out for yourselves. Again, the information is there. You just need to go down the right avenues and you will get the information. It's simple. But moving on for him, so Sammy Lee comes to us. She's claiming that this man here on the left, Stacey, has raped her. Now, she had a right go to Stu, but I'm going to cut to the chase, right? So this today, I was sent this today, and this is from the boy on the right, okay? And I'll go to play it right now. One second, my bloody volume up.
You know the score of her. She's a lying slag. At the end of the day, she said, get this on the podcast. She said Stacey raped her in the December. Stacey didn't rape her. Stacey had a girlfriend. Yeah, Stacey had a girlfriend. Sammy offered it to me on a plate. I said no. Sammy offered it to Stacey on a plate. Stacey's a slag. Stacey said yeah. Stacey told her he was single and everything. He had this relationship, this like phone relationship, and went to see Sammy a few times, saying that he was single, that he'd split up with his missus. He slept with her in December, took her out on her birthday in the December, and then obviously still had this little phone relationship with her and going to see her in Milton Keynes every month or every week or something. But then in the February, we had the fucking film premiere. Now Stacey, because Stacey's missus was in the film as well, Stacey come to the film premiere with his missus. Yeah? So then Sammy's nose was put right out of place. You should have seen her face. She was pissed off and vexed all night. But she was happy to have photos cuddling and fucking smiling and all stuff like this with us, with everyone, with the whole cast, as you do on a premiere. But then the next day, that was when she said, Stacey raped me when he took me on my birthday and Aaron knew all about it. And I'm like, what? What do you mean I knew all about it? Yeah, I knew Stacey took you out. You told me that he took you out, and Stacey told me that he took you out. But he never said nothing about rape. You're only pulling up all this shit about rape because fucking Stacey turned up with his missus last night to the fucking film premiere, and you're fucking pissed off because you thought that you and him was going to be all fucking cuddly, but he turned up with his missus, so you're pissed off. And now you're saying that he fucking raped you and I knew all about it. I didn't know fuck all, mate. She's just a lying cunt.
That was I mean, I don't know Aaron Twin personally, okay? What I did do back in 2019, I contacted Aaron Twin, and Aaron's like, because Sammy or somebody connected to Sammy brought me a story that Aaron Twin had killed his girlfriend and all that, and I'm like, whoa. If that's the case, take that to the fucking police. Don't come and tell me stuff. Nah, listen, I'm not a policeman, yeah? I'm not a fucking detective, I'm nothing, I don't want to hear about it. Please take that away. And then the next thing, she produced this Stacey guy who'd been on the Jeremy Kyle show, but she made out that he'd failed on the Jeremy Kyle show regarding the rape. I went and watched the Jeremy Kyle show, he failed on having an affair.
Yep.
Yeah? He never felt, there was no questions about rape on the Jeremy Kyle show. So I was like, Sammy, listen, I'm sorry, but I've not got time for this, pal, to be honest. And that was basically Stu, right?
Like I say, I have no idea why this man is doing interviews with people that were involved around a sexual assault. I have no idea why he's using my name online to gain views for his videos. He doesn't know me, he's never met me, so I have no idea why he would be backing up somebody that's calling me a liar and giving him a platform.
So the next thing to happen was I was contacted by this guy called John Silver, or calling himself John Silver, He explained to me that he used to be a part of the Fella group, which was basically a fan club that followed the gangster genre, the craze, Dave Courtney, and basically it was a load of fantasists that sort of followed the old gangster ways. He then went on to tell me that he knew it was definitely the guy that had attacked me and his mates that were trolling me. He also told me that he was a part of the Fella group that was run by a guy called Nab Speed. Nab Speed has passed away now, but he was literally going around creating hate and enticing people to hate on me online. We were talking thousands and thousands of people. He was literally telling them that I was definitely a troll and that I was a liar. So yeah, this ended up going out to so many people that were only hearing one side of the story.
They ended up harassing and being quite a pain in the arse to some people, and all of a sudden I started getting accused of being this person, Humble Dryer. At the time there was a voice recording of a woman trying to set up somebody. I managed to get hold of that recording online, and then I did a recording of my own voice, put them together to prove that whoever this Donna was not me. We're now sort of about 4 or 5 months on from all of that, and last night I received another message. So this message is basically someone calling themselves Karma Jane. They contacted me on my Sammy Lee followers page and basically asked me if I was available to chat. I wasn't. They got an automated service message back. Then they went on to say, "Hi Sammy, sorry to bother you, but do you know who is behind the account Humble Dryer and Mr. and Mrs. Donna Humble? Myself and another lady have a police investigation against them for bullying and harassment, and I need names. We have been led to believe you are Humble Dryer. Again? Any help would be gratefully appreciated. Thank you." So this person obviously didn't see the videos I was doing last, well, a few months ago, about 3 or 4 months ago it was.
We'll work this out. I mean, this is just a test. I mean, ultimately, first interview with obviously Donna Humble, which is obviously you're the head of Humble. I've been saying that you're Scottish. You're clearly not Scottish.
No, I'm not Scottish. No, but I'm not under the radar because I've got something to hide. It's because I don't want everybody hassling the people that are breaking their hearts about some of the things that have gone on. And we're not talking about stuff over the last 12 months, the last 2 years. This goes back a full decade.
So once again, you can tell that that voice is definitely not me. It sounds nothing like me. The woman sounds a lot older than me, and she sounds like she comes from the Essex area. I don't know John Silver, I've never met him, but the information he gave me really did help me to become strong and realise that these people were not people to be scared of.
You know, some of their tactics is to muddy someone so no one believes you. I mean, earlier I've seen a post where they were talking to Aaron Twin. Like, I want to speak to you, Aaron. Yeah, come and speak to me, boy. Don't be hiding. No one's blocked on here, bruv. Yeah, come and speak to Johnny. Yeah, let's deal with this. But you're doing it public, son. Yeah, because you want to publicly embarrass or shame or do things or use material, including Sammy's images still, and yet you hate the girl and you're using the images to make yourself look famous. Oh, fuck, bruv. And stop making allegations against Sammy.
After connecting with John Silver and him telling me exactly who was involved, I could go into Facebook and see where all the links were. I then found out that Clark Tribe and Aaron Twin were in connections with each other, and Aaron Twin was now going to be working on Clark Tribe's film. I had no idea that these two knew each other at this point. And I found it a bit weird that they had connected. But the fact that Aaron Twin was calling him brother for life made me think that maybe they kind of knew each other when Aaron Twin came onto my set. I still don't know that, but yeah, it all seems a little bit sinister, if I'm honest. So when I found out that Clark Tribe had done everything he'd done to try and ruin my production in the beginning of my filmmaking career, to find out that he had now put Aaron Twin in his film, when everybody knew what Aaron Twin and Stacey had been constantly doing to me for 5 years over the internet, I was angry. So yeah, I put a little video out telling people that, you know, it was only in my small bubble, but, you know, the people that knew what Clark had put me through and all the trouble that he'd tried to cause for me 5 years prior, he was now teaming up with Aaron Twin. I kind of had an idea that these guys were at the foot of it, and this basically just confirmed my worst fears, really. He basically rang a mutual friend about 2 weeks ago and told him that he was going to fuck me over on social media for speaking out about Aaron Twin being in his film. Clark wanted me to take down the YouTube video that told people that Clark had given Aaron Twin a part in his film after what he'd done to me. And he didn't like that, so he tried to intimidate me through a friend, basically saying he wanted my address. So I didn't hear anything for about a week, and then I had an email come through with a link to a website, and I didn't pay any attention to it. I was a bit busy at the time, so the next time the same email came through with a link was 2 days ago, 21st of November, and this time it had a private message from a lady called Cookie Greenwood, who basically said she loved my work and she was part of a group or an agency that basically supported women in film, and supported women in film to go to a higher level. So I thought, wow, this is amazing, really good opportunity. So I said, thank you, I'm a bit busy at the moment, but I will take time and look through the website and get back to you. Anyway, they continued to tell me about how amazing this was, and, you know, sort of couldn't really get them off the phone. And I basically looked at the website and saw a woman that is connected to Clark Tribe's new film, The Drug Game. And I was like, whoa, like, radar, this is a bit weird. Like, you know, they normally say if good things seem too good to be true, they normally are. And then I see a connection with a woman that's in Clark's film, so I didn't know whether this woman was catfishing me or not, but I just basically said, look, thanks for the opportunity, but unfortunately I'll have to decline, as you are, or some people that within your agency are connected to some people that I can't have anything to do with. And then she sent me this voice message.
So can you tell me, just, yeah, I can imagine it's quite sensitive for you to talk about, but you've made a film of it. Have you mentioned names and stuff in the film? Yeah, if you can, just tell me the names of the men that done this to you, just so I can, you know, be vigilant and be aware. And to what extent? I mean, did they all rape you, or was it just one of them and two associates? Or I know it's quite hard to speak about, but I am very interested in what happened, babe.
She went on for about 2 days telling me how amazing her company was and what a great opportunity it would be for me. And just the fact that there were a couple of people connected to Clark Tribe didn't mean I should let such an opportunity go by. She wanted to send me a cup and a t-shirt as a welcome gift and said that she needed my address. I saw this as a red flag straight away. I told her my side and the reasons why I couldn't work with her company, and she turned on me straight away, siding with these two men. I later found out that she was actually friends with these two men. Now, these two men have gone about doing things to set me up, putting around lies around the internet, basically bad-mouthing me for 6 years now. Aaron Twin's done podcasts about my sexual assault. My rapist went on the Jeremy Kyle show to try and fabricate another lie, and he failed 3 lie detectors. So this story, as much as I didn't want anyone to know at first, ended up going national. So yeah, it's really got out of hand, to the fact that I'm having women sending me rape threats, but they're all connected to Aaron Twin and Clark Tribe. What we really need to find out is whether Clark and Aaron knew each other before he came on set, because I'm starting to think now that I was assaulted in 2018 out of revenge for kicking Clark off set. Now, I had no idea that Aaron and Clark knew each other. If I did, I probably wouldn't have had Aaron on set, and he would have then not ended up bringing Stacey onto the set. Stacey wasn't an actor. He was literally filling in for somebody that couldn't turn up, under the trust of him knowing Aaron. I'd worked with Aaron on a couple of films by this point, and we'd been working on Roofed for a year, so I trusted Aaron. He decided to bring this Stacey onto the set, and that's where it all went wrong.
So about 6 months ago from today, I received a message request from an Estrie Rose Nielsen. The messages were basically telling me that I was a liar. She told me that she was Aaron Twin's ex-girlfriend, that he had no need to rape me, no one would ever rape me, like it was something to be proud of. And then she went on to send me this vulgar voice message. I don't know who this lady is, apart from who she says she is, and that is a friend of Aaron Twin's.
You know what I'm saying? I can roll more fucking boys who don't want to fuck you to fucking smash the shit out of you and your thing. Stacey as well, like, listen, what do? You get the most unattractive men in the whole world, like, and roll them in your fucking cast, what, and then make fucking sex scenes with them. Listen, you're a dog, you're a dirty fucking hoe, there's people out for you on that fucking YouTube channel. Bitch, get it right, listen, come for me, I'll tell you where to come.
So what I realised was happening was Aaron was running out of flying monkeys. He was going around, obviously, telling people over where he lived a different story, and now they were feeling the need to come after me. Now, I don't know whether Aaron was with this woman at the time she left this message, but I can't see a woman just going out of her way to contact someone she doesn't know, and to have the information that she had. She must have been speaking to somebody.
After the Cookie Greenwood found out that I knew who she was, she ended up blocking me after telling me that she works for the police and, yeah, basically trying to intimidate me. I think she realised it wasn't working, so she blocked my account. But literally October 23, I had a weird message from a woman called Stacey Busher that basically said she wanted to be my friend. She felt the urge to contact me, and that, I don't know, it was weird. It was all about traumas and, you know, if you need a friend, I'll be a shoulder for you to cry on, that kind of thing. And I was just a bit like, oh, this is a bit weird. So I said, I am happy, thank you very much. Kindly fuck off. Not in so many words, but after Halloween, the Halloween week was over and I kind of looked into her, I realised who she was, and she was an extra on the drugs game with Clark Tribe. So I contacted her back to let her know that I knew exactly why she was contacting me and why her message sounded so condescending. And she was like Jekyll and Hyde. She went from being a concerned wannabe friend to calling me all the names under the sun and calling me a liar and basically sticking up for Clark. So I was like, here we go again.
This morning I was sent a link. I clicked on the link and it took me to a picture of Clark Tribe. I saw that Stacey Busher had in fact posted this 4 years ago. So Stacey Busher knew exactly who I was when she tried to befriend me in October and December, trying to pull me into a false sense of security to befriend me and get my address, amongst other information. I did a bit of research and found out that this Stacey Busher was in fact connected to Clark Tribe, but I didn't know how deeply. This link has proven that she in fact calls herself one of his best pals. She then goes on in this conversation to speak to quite a few names that I know of. One in fact was an actress in the film Roofed. Louise and I fell out about 5 years ago when I realised that she was still connecting with Aaron Twin, the best friend of the man who raped me, and I decided that I couldn't have people in my life that were hanging around the men that tried to hurt me.
So Stacey Busher tags Louise Seaton to say that he could literally do anything and get away with it. I had no idea that Stacey Busher knew Louise Seaton. Stacey Busher then goes on in the conversation to declare her love for Clark Tribe, telling people how much she fancies him, how good looking she thinks he is, and that she would like to sleep with him. This proves the motive as to why a strange woman would contact another woman she doesn't know, and also proves my point. I have been trying to prove over the last 6 years that this man has had it in for me, and getting random messages from his friends over the past few weeks. I don't think his flying monkeys are doing him any favours by leaving all these paper trails. But a huge thank you to the person that sent me the link. And yeah, now at least I know why I was getting attacked by this woman. It's not that she thinks I'm a liar. It's not that she doesn't believe me. She doesn't know my story or me to not believe me. She's doing it for Clark Tribe. The one thing I couldn't understand up until now is why certain women within this group were giving me so much shit for a guy that was obviously harassing me, who just wouldn't let me move on. 7 years down the line and he's still getting people to connect with me, trying to fool me. But then I realised they just needed a reason to hate on me. They don't care whether I'm innocent or guilty. They just need to hate me. So the fact that Clark Tribe gives them that reason, it gives them a reason to bond. And now it all makes sense. Stacey Busher had her own motives for trying to take Clark's side. It had nothing to do with what happened to me. And she sent me this voicemail, and we had a bit of a spat online. And after that, she blocked me. And then she went on to put a post up. Now, I had a friend in America that is actually a mutual friend of hers, and he saw this post and sent it to me. And, well, there you go. Threats to kill someone you don't know. I was like, wow, what is it with this woman? She's a bit crazy, sort of, you know, getting one end of the stick and then just, you know, planning to murder someone. Also in this status, she had tagged Mason Fardo and Charlene Aldridge, along with Clark Tribe. So this basically gave me all the connections that I needed to prove that there was a bully group out there that were trying to take me down. And then she went on to tag Aaron Twin in this same conversation. She was telling this group that she had offered me out and that she was going to come to my house. Yeah, like, it is playground shit and I'm not letting it worry me. But the fact that this is all stemming from Clark Tribe and Aaron Twin, these women wouldn't have any reason to contact me. They wouldn't even know of me if it wasn't for these two men. So this is where we are at now. I've actually taken all this information to the police. I haven't got much faith in the police, to be honest, because one, I know they've got bigger issues to be dealing with. And really this is more about that if anything does happen to me, people know where to start looking. But I'm not going to be having any lies said about me when I can prove that for some reason, when I've got myself into productions, I can't keep everybody happy. And when I don't, they go out and form this little group. And there's people out there that know this group exists. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be able to prove my side and move on with my life. She kept mentioning a lady called Charlene Aldridge, who I recognised the name from the independent film world, but didn't know much about her, and I've never met her. Anyway, the other night, she had actually commented under a group page talking about me getting murdered. Stacey Busher was losing her rag in a group chat because she didn't like the way I was speaking to her. So she basically threatened to break my neck and kill me. There were a load of people that came into this group chat trying to find out what was going on. Not exactly flying monkeys, because they didn't seem to continue with what she was saying. They were more warning her that what she was doing was illegal. But Charlene Aldridge put a video up that somebody sent to me this morning, and I had to edit it because it was absolutely hilarious. She's the biggest hypocrite that I know.
she's been bullying me with Clark Tribe and the little mob gang. And she's putting out videos trying to make out like she's some sort of agony aunt and some sort of therapist for bullies. And she's the bully bitch. So yeah, have a look, guys, and see what you think.
Ever come across those women that are just downright mean bitches? You know, just mean to you, for no reason at all. That mean woman behaviour is also known as reactive expressive aggression.
Fuck you to talk about anyone else. All you done was message Charlene, message Mason, message Clark, because you're fucking a jealous little cunt, mate. Don't make me come and see you!
Which is a behaviour that stems from feelings of anger, often triggered by a perceived threat, which induces the feeling of fear in the bitch. Usually because you have something about you that she feels threatened by. Be it your job, your talent, your beauty, or your life. It just ignites that classic sin of the seven, pure old-fashioned jealousy. And it can be so subtle that it can often go unnoticed by society, you know what I mean? But when you know, right? But when you know, right? And these behaviours include ostracising, for example, intentionally not being invited to a gathering, or purposely making you feel awkward and small in front of all your friends, and ignoring everything that you have to say. Gossiping. You know, spreading untruths or just generally just speaking ill of you. An interesting one. Covert harassment. Now, when I say covert harassment, what I mean is anything from them going out of their way to bother you or sabotaging what you've achieved and playing dumb like they had no idea, which is kind of like gaslighting. And lastly, and usually the first thing a bitch does, verbal insults. The classic juvenile name calling. A mean bitch will often resort to demeaning remarks, either about your personality or your appearance. Even if they don't even know you. Even when they've just met you. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes, a mob mentality prevails. I mean, if she's lucky enough to have some minions, i.e. friends, around her, she'll encourage them to join in 9 times out of 10. Or other times the bystanders may remain silent, which can ignite and magnify the feelings of helplessness, insecurity and low self-esteem within the target. You know what I mean?
Happens, darling. I'm right here in your messages. Bring it on, darling. Do you want my address, you stupid little cunt?
And that is her mission, so she feels better about herself. She's a sad bitch, really. So how do you deal with these mean bitches in the best way, I hear you say? Come to Auntie Shahbaz. Number 1, pick the right battle. Limit interaction or completely eliminate it altogether. It's so easy to invoke your lower self when you feel your blood boiling against a bitch. You just want to knock her into the next week. But you have to find it within yourself that she is not worth you throwing everything you have worked so hard for just because she has an issue with you. Number 2, you can't change her mind. Fact. Getting back to the issue, she's got her own issues and insecurities. Because if she didn't, she wouldn't be a bitch in the first place now, would she? And it ain't up to you to change her jealous, insecure mind. Or her bitchy ways. It's down to her, not you. It's a her problem, not a you problem. Get my drift?
So yeah, I rest my case. You've got this Stacey Busher who worked on set as an extra on the Drugs Game film for Clark and Charlene, and then they've all grouped together, including Mason Fardo and a handful of others, Stu Armstrong, Aaron Twin, and they've literally grouped together. And the only reason I found out about it is because Stacey Busher tagged them all in a group page after she verbally attacked me online and became a bitch. So I think Charlene should really have a little word with Stacey Busher, or at least let Stacey Busher see this video, because I agree with everything Charlene just said. The only fact is, when she's actually doing those things,
she's the biggest hypocrite I've ever seen in my life. So Charlene is trying to say that she doesn't know me, she's never spoken to me before, and she has no idea why she's being pulled into this, and that I'm crazy, I've got mental problems, and she feels sorry for me.
Talk about anyone else. All you done was message Charlene, message Mason, message Clark, because you're fucking a jealous little cunt, mate. Don't make me come and see you!
So she's trying to make out she doesn't know this woman, Stacey Busher. She does. I've got lots of evidence that they do conspire. But here, if you look here, here's the message that Stacey Busher put out saying that she'd had me out, she'd offered me out because I caught her mate Stacey Fisher trying to catfish me. I've got all that evidence as well here. And then when I confronted Stacey Busher, she got violent. And then Charlene Aldridge came into the little conversation and was like, oh yeah, I had to block her as well. But yeah, I mean, she says she's not that kind of person, she doesn't get involved. Why are you blocking someone you've never met? Because what, Clark Tribe told you to? I told you I was right. He's conspiring against me, you fell for it, and then you started being a bitch and being a bully with so many people. You know, maybe you didn't realise, Charlene, how many people were bullying me, but like I said, I've been putting up with this for 6 years, and your added comments didn't help. And I know you're not as innocent as you're making out to the public, so... And the last thing on the subject, Charlene might want to play stupid, but most people know who Aaron Twin is on my wall. He is the best friend of the man that raped me in 2018, and the fact that Stacey Busher is tagging him in this conversation about killing me, and Charlene Aldridge is adding to it, and you're telling me this isn't a Sammy Lee hate group. So yeah, what really confuses me, well, it doesn't confuse me because I know it's a narcissist game that they're trying to confuse me, but basically Stacey messaged me, shouting at me, accusing me of messaging her mate Charlene, Clark and Mason, and Charlene's vouching that she's never spoken to me. So I'm not even going to put my energy into these filthy people anymore, because they are just full of lies, and there's quite a few of them, and they all make things up in their own little reality. So it is what it is, the proof is out there, and I'm going to continue to do what I do best. I kind of suggest if people don't want to be talked about, they stop giving me things to talk about, because all my videos are in retaliation for what you guys are doing to me. So yeah, bring it on. The thing with Charlene is she bangs on about narcissism and gaslighting and manipulation and lies and woman power, and she's doing quite the opposite. In fact, she's doing everything a narcissist does by calling somebody mentally ill that you don't know. I'm not mentally ill. I've put up with abuse for 6 years and I'm proving my point. If you want to call me crazy, then that's up to you, but I'm absolutely sane, my love. So you can try and play the narcissistic trick and let people think I'm a little bit crazy, but yeah, the people that know me on my side know me. That's where you're making a mistake. After I found out that this Stacey Busher was connected to Clark Tribe, and also she knew Cookie Greenwood as well, I replied to Stacey Busher to let her know that I knew who she was and why she was messaging me, and I didn't appreciate the fact that she was trying to catfish me. And she literally turned on me straight away, telling me that I was crap, my films were crap, that I'm a liar, that I haven't been sexually assaulted, and it's come out that they are friends of the guys. I've never met this Stacey Busher, and I've never met this girl Charlene Aldridge, who is another friend of Stacey Busher's, who's been joining in the hate campaign online. But they're all connected to Clark Tribe and Aaron Twin. So after she sent me a load of abuse, I sent her a voice note telling her my side, that I didn't know Charlene. She was accusing me of messaging Charlene, Clark, and a friend of Clark's called Mason, and she was also tagging Aaron Twin, the best friend of my rapist, into this hate campaign. So we had a spat online.
You have no fucking idea what you're talking about, yeah? Clark wouldn't have got nowhere if it wasn't for me. Do you understand, you numpty? You weren't fucking there. So why don't you stop being a latcherona and fucking hanging around people because you're a nobody, love? Yeah? Doing well, you twat. You're a fucking extra. You're a piece of shit as well. So
Can you stop stalking my pages? Because I haven't given your mates any shit. I don't know any of your fucking mates apart from Clark and Aaron Twin. And get it right, they ain't your fucking mates. You're a latcher honor, dickhead. Fuck you to talk about anyone else. All you done was message Charlene, message Mason, message Clark, because you're fucking a jealous little cunt, mate. Don't make me come and see you! Happens, darling, I'm right here in your messages. Bring it on, darling. Do you want my address, you stupid little cunt? You don't even have a fucking clue you're fucking with. Are you fucking for real? I don't even know Charlene, never fucking spoken to her, and I spoke to Mason at Christmas and we sorted things out. So again, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, you twats. Get a fucking life, sitting at home with no fucking life, so you're a little troll. Little troll bitch. I know exactly who you are, and I know exactly where you fucking work. And I'll be contacting your work, and they're going to be listening to your messages, you fucking stalking weirdo.
So I did what I promised and shared her recordings and her text messages online. I then blocked Stacey Busher. About 2 hours later, I received a screenshot from a mutual friend of ours within the independent film industry. He was telling me that I should report this conversation to the police, as Stacey Busher had been seen in a conversation basically threatening to kill me. Now, I've had quite a lot of threats to kill and a lot of threats of rape over the last 6 years, and a lot of it does get ignored by the police because they say there's not enough evidence. But this time round, I think I've put enough together to show who people are. What really confused me about this whole situation with Stacey Busher contacting me in the first place is she accuses me of messaging her friends Clark, Mason and Charlene. Charlene has since admitted that she doesn't know me and has never met me, and that she was told by somebody on her film set to not like me and block me. That person is Clark Tribe and Aaron Twin.
You're having all these arguments with other people, Sammy, but yet not once did you ever message me about it and ask me. Yes, I commented on someone's status, right, get it right, status, not a group chat, that, oh, is she at it again? Yeah, I had to block her too. Because I was made aware of beef you had with someone else that I work with that had absolutely nothing to do with me.
About anyone else. All you done was message Charlene, message Mason, message Clark, because you're fucking a jealous little cunt, mate. Don't make me come and see you!
Mason Fardo is also a friend of Clark Tribe's. He messaged me at Christmas having a go at me, basically saying that I'd ruined Clark and his life because they got fired from the production in 2017, like 7 years ago. But at the end of that conversation, we'd actually sorted things out. A few nights later, he was also joining in the slander online with Stacey Busher and Charlene Aldridge. Again, he's a friend of Clark Tribe's.
See, the narcissist always contradicts himself. In this message Mason sent to me, he told me he doesn't get involved in any of the hatred. He has no hate for anyone. And yet here, he's on Charlene Aldridge's page, hating on me.
Afternoon, ladies and gents. So this morning, I received some screenshots, and it seems that the saga, the circus, continues. So I thought after putting my video out last night, when I replied to Charlene Aldridge to explain how her name had been pulled into this and basically she'd been caught out bullying, Mason Fardo has decided to also join the group. He's really been two-faced and a lying bitch, really. I didn't think a man his size could act so bitchy. But yeah, I just wanted to prove a quick point. So this was his statement. He put up that I was trolling him, I was really nasty to him, I should be in jail, I should be blacklisted from the industry, and this was my point all along. This is what they've been up to. They've been trying to create a facade about me, spread so many lies about me so that nobody ever wants to work with me again.
So I've been kind of trying to prove this from day one. So yeah, basically, if you look at these messages, which was December and March, December, Mason contacted me after 7 years of not speaking. He basically asked me how did I sleep at night for ruining people's careers and lives, and telling me that I'm shit and my films are shit. And I was a bit taken back and couldn't understand where it was kind of all coming from, and he was throwing names at me, and I thought, hang on a minute, I haven't got the power to ruin people's lives. Like, do you know how pathetic you're sounding right now? This just is ridiculous. You're literally projecting onto me something. I don't know, but, you know, we haven't spoken in 7 years, and 7 years ago we only met for one day. So, yeah, basically, in this message, he goes on to say, like, he only met me on that day. He's got no reason to, you know, for me to be being so nasty to him. But these are the messages that I got for him personally. Now, after he'd shouted at me for ruining his friends' lives and being the biggest bitch on the earth, I actually explained to him and sent loads of videos from way back of all the trolling that I'd been having to put up with. And we kind of came to sort of like on a level where he was kind of wishing me luck for the future. I wished him luck for the future. He told me that he didn't have anything to do with Aaron Twin, that he didn't like Aaron Twin. And we kind of left it there. Last night, he's on Stacey Bush's, Charlene Aldridge's page with Stacey Busher, slagging me off, telling everybody that I'm the biggest bitch in the world. So this guy, Mason Fardeau, is really two-faced. And, like, I'm not even going to let it get to me because he's just another narc. Because he's been in one TV Netflix show, playing a small part, basically playing himself, a thug. He keeps trying to tell me that he's doing so well and, you know, basking in my face that, you know, it was all because of me that he's done well. My hate for him made him do well. Until all of this, I didn't even have a second thought for him. So again, we've already heard from Charlene that people were on the set of Drugs Game telling her not to like me.
But yet, not once did you ever message me about it and ask me. Yes, I commented on someone's status, right, get it right, status, not a group chat, that, oh, is she at it again? Yeah, I had to block her too. Because I was made aware of beef you had with someone else that I work with that had absolutely nothing to do with me.
I think I've just found that person, yeah, and the fact that he's best friends with Clark. Their behaviour just proves me even right, and, you know, all the threats and everything, it's just pathetic. School ground, playground bullshit from people that don't really have lives, if I'm honest, because if they did have lives, they wouldn't be talking about me at midnight. Anyway, guys, here's the truth. This is what he said about me to Charlene, Stacey, and enticing people like Richie Critchin, or Richie Bitchin as I like to call him. He was an actor on the Deadly Trio, never fell out with him, never did anything. And yeah, he decided to message me a load of abuse and be an absolute cunt with a load of other people as well. He is a sheep that followed the herd. So yeah, I deal a lot with these people, but when they're clubbing together with their lies, I have to show the truth. So I don't know what happened between December and, you know, me and Mason sort of leaving it on a level for then him to be saying these things last night. Because if I was Mason and my name was tagged in a conversation about killing somebody I know, I would want that person to remove it. I wouldn't be having a go at the person that's being threatened. You see what I mean? But this is what these narcissists do. They create a little bubble with their own people. They have their false little reality, and then they can all feel better about themselves. But it is what it is, and the public can see what it is. So let them be who they are, but they're not going to get to me anymore because I can think of better things to do with my time. So what we have here is a disgruntled actor from 7 years ago who has really got it in for me, who is also friends with the best friend of the man that raped me, and they are doing everything they can to cause me harm. But all they've really done is show me who they really are and that I made the right choice. I had a pretty shitty childhood growing up, and trying to learn who was good and who was bad for me didn't come easy. I've kind of been in a few situations where I didn't set boundaries when I was younger, and I let people cross it, never saying anything. Now I've decided to set boundaries in my life. I'm starting to see who the decent people are and who the people are that are just out for what they can get. It's crazy that these people hate on me over filming. They act like I've killed someone's baby. It's insane. But I've said it before, really, they just needed something to bond over. You see, Stacey Busher was just an extra on the drugs game. And she felt like she had a new group of friends. The only reason she had an excuse to talk to them after 3 years of the film being out was about me. This is why she went all guns blazing to a woman that she doesn't know, for a man that she's in love with. But what they've really done is absolutely disgusting. I was doing everything I could to support my children, run a house, hold down a job, whilst dealing with a rape investigation. And people thought it would be fun to troll me, torment me, harass me, and call me a liar. It's taken 7 years to prove that all these people are connected. And a huge thank you to Stacey Busher for finally tagging everybody in it and proving me right.
The troll, an ugly creature depicted as either a giant or a dwarf, says it all really. When I first started being trolled, I felt like there were tons of giants all waiting to stamp on me. But when I found out why they troll, they slowly became dwarfs. It's us who give these trolls the power to bring us down. We can choose to listen to their crap, or we can decide to fight back. And after all, I'm no Snow White.
Don't throw your sticks and those stones right here at my iron bones, 'cause I'm taking more than you know, and you cannot break me or shake me down. Go on, take a stab at my heart, sharpen all the knives you got, 'cause I'm bulletproof from a shot, and you won't escape me or fake me out. I'm ready, ready, I'm ready for ya. I'm ready, oh, 'cause I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Yeah, I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Come on, taste this, baby, I'm reckless. Yeah, I'm fearless, yeah, I'm fearless. I'm colorful with a bruise, I got nothing else left to lose, so I'm coming up straight by you. I'm returning the favor, not pay your dues. I know you thought I was dumb, left me for dead while you run, but I only have just begun. I'm burning up brighter than the sun, 'cause I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Yeah, I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Come on, take this, baby, I'm reckless. Yeah, I'm fearless.
Sammy Lee. So, Sammy, do you want to tell the people about yourself?
Yeah, so I don't know where to start really. Well, I'm a filmmaker from England, and basically in 2017 I made a film called Roofed, and there were a lot of members of certain groups that came onto this film. At the time I wasn't aware of the connections to all the bigger people, and yeah, basically I ended up getting on the wrong side of a couple of these men, grown men, and for the last 7 years they've used different platforms on YouTube to harass me, try and basically persuade people that I was a liar about what they did to me. So I went on to make YouTube videos and basically document everything that they were doing, whether it be on fake accounts or whether it was on in their real name. And what's happened over the last 6 years is I've managed to connect all the dots, and the same names keep coming up constantly. And then this humble dryer got involved, and at first I knew he had something to do with the guy that attacked me and his mates. I knew that, but I couldn't prove it. And he said in a video that he didn't know these men. And then about 3 weeks later, he was having them on a podcast where he was airing a conversation about my sexual assault. Basically, Aaron Twin and Stu Armstrong were both on there saying that I was a liar, that I'd made it all up, that I was just a complete piece of shit, basically. And these men don't even really know me. They knew me for like a couple of months due to filming. You know, it's literally because I spoke up about what Aaron Twin's best mate did to me, and they just can't stand the fact that people are starting to believe me. My Rapist failed lie detectors on the Jeremy Kyle show, that, you know, I had no choice but to talk about it in the end because it went national. You know, some newspaper did a spread on it. You know, they tried to use any platform they could, including Humble Dryer, social media, UKBK Boxing, the Firm Fella Group. They used all of that. They used Dave Courtney's face as a facade to make out that they were a scary gang, that, you know, if I spoke out of place or didn't do as I was told, that I'd be in for it. I was going to get raped again. I was going to get murdered. They were sending me videos of where they could share, like, put my body, you know. Yeah, it was sick stuff. And when you don't know what you're dealing with, it's quite scary.
Yeah.
But when I started connecting all the dots and I saw that, you know, the main instigators, the main instigators are all connected to the UKBK. And I think there are a handful of people in the Firm Fellas in the UKBK that have literally got it in for me big time. I've got a police investigation going on at the moment with a lady that's dating a Firm Fella, and she literally contacted me out of the blue a couple of weeks ago and threatened to kill me, and then she was on hate pages trying to entice all the hate and getting people involved. But yeah, it was there was a lot of people involved in the Roofed film in this hate page. So I've got to the bottom of it now, who are at the top of the pyramid for me. But then again, like yourself, you've got different people involved that are sort of, they're attached to the people that did it to me. But again, it's either in a group, it's these groups, the Firm Fella, the UKBK, they're causing the platforms for these people to do what they're doing. And then when they put something out like, oh, you're a paedophile, or you're a nonce, or you're a liar, or, you know, it's everybody believes these people for some reason, and I'm like, I'm sick of it.
Yeah, it's like everybody's a nonce, or everybody's a paedophile.
It's disgusting.
It's like, you're into satanic rituals, you're blah blah blah, you take pictures of children. I'm thinking, oh my word, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? It's like insanity.
The thing is, it decriminalises actual paedophiles when they start throwing that word around so willy-nilly and everyone's a paedophile. You're actually liquidising the fact that what paedophiles are, and it's fucking disgusting. I've had women from the UKBK Boxing tell me that I'm a liar about being raped, even though I've got so much evidence and text messages from the man the day after he did it. It's not the fact that they don't believe me. I've learnt that now. It's the fact that they needed a reason to pray. And their little group on Facebook, when they all get together and start targeting people like yourself, it makes them feel good. Because they don't have, like, Humble Dryer, John Wason. I am not scared of that dude one bit. I think he's a complete melt. I think him and Donna must have a really shit sex life to be, you know, for your husband to be on the phone harassing women like yourself, who are married,
It's just fucking weird. It's not
Did
right
you
in the
have
head of anyone.
experiences with Donna, Sammy?
Yeah, she basically tried to set me up. She was recording her voice, and people were accusing me of being Donna, and she was doing all sorts of stuff to Decca and other people. So I had to put a recording out of Donna, her voice, and then my voice together. And although you could say it's similar, I'm not from the Essex area, so
sound like her.
Some people have said it's similar. I don't think it is, but I think she sounds older than me. That recording you played the other night, she seems like she needs professional help.
Yeah, I thought that.
I just wouldn't cross my mind, is he abusing her?
Yeah,
because it's that kind of grooming. That's what they do. They groom. What I found was that I had a lot of friends in the making of Rapist. I made a lot of new contacts, and it was quite an exciting time to start with. It was my first independent film. I was meeting new people in the industry. I was quite naive to it all. Didn't even know who Dave Courtney was, if I'm honest. When I first went onto the Blood Feud film, I had no idea who these people were. Didn't follow UKBK. I was just a girl that had come from the glamour world, and I was in a bloody film as an extra, playing a bloody stripper. Do you know what I mean? That was my first ever role in that group thing, and it kind of took on people kind of see that for life. You know, they don't realise that I'm actually 40 years old with 2 adult children. I've got my own house, my own business. Like, that's just a character I played 7 years ago. But you can't, when you've got these men targeting me and they're not letting what happened go, they just constantly, they get off on it, babe. That's what you got to understand, is when you react to it, they're actually sitting back and they're loving it. They're actually, that's what they want. And they know you're innocent, and they know you haven't done these things, and they know, and God knows exactly what they've fucking done. So, like, I haven't got anything. I'm not losing sleep at night anymore. I don't think there's gangsters after me. I just think they're little boys living in a fantasy world.
But it's always like to go against women, innit? It's like degrading, to try to degrade women all the time. It's like, oh, she slept with this one, she slept with that one, she's done this, she's done that. And I'm thinking, I'm 50. Do you know what I mean, Sammy? It's like,
who cares if you're sleeping with midgets? That's your sex life. Do you know what I mean? Fucking why? It's because they haven't got a sex life. They just, it's weird behaviour. This is what I mean. I'm not used to this kind of. I've never been trolled in my life up into this.
No. And then we had, it's all our usual suspects. So it's like, then you get that Anne, and she was doing stuff about satanic stuff and saying I was taking pictures of children for Brian to pick which one he wanted. Just absolutely.
They create controversy so that the flying monkeys latch on, and then you end up. I mean, sometimes it will be that it's one person on 4 accounts attacking you. You think it's 4 people, but it's Humble. He's a complete waste of space, the guy. I mean, I was a bit sort of, when I first heard of Humble Dryer, I didn't know a name, I didn't know a face for him. He was on fake accounts and he was well hidden. And then Donna's voice came out, something to do with Decca. Then Decca's come at me trying to like accuse me of being a troll, and I was like, don't even know who you are. Why would I troll you? My agency tried to get hold of him and a guy called George Guest, but we were told to fuck off by Decca's dad. And then 3 weeks later, Decca got in contact with me on Instagram and we spoke, and he apologised to me. He told me that he'd found out who Donna and Humble actually was and that he was sorry. And then a few weeks later, Humble put it out that he had actually set me up. Not only that, they'd messaged people I know in my private life and caused shit. They'd set up fake accounts pretending to be me. They caused so much shit in my life so that I had people thinking I was sending nasty messages and putting up hate stuff on people's work pages. I was having that done to me as well, but because they've got like all these different groups that follow them, when they put out something about Sammy Lee or Emma Cockrell, you've got then thousands of people that automatically believe these men.
It's crazy.
And I'm just so glad I don't live near any of them, because you know what I mean? I was in a bad place a few years ago. I had everybody. What I've noticed, and it seems to be a thing a man does, I'm sorry men out there that are lovely, because I do know some lovely men, but what I've noticed with a few ex-boyfriends and things like that is when they don't get their own way and you talk about the abuse they put you through, you actually stand up and say, I'm not having this, I'm telling people. They then do this really narcissistic thing where they'll twist it and they'll say that you're the abuser, and then they run to the courts and the police and they try to manipulate the situation because you're talking about it. That's it. You haven't done anything violent, you haven't, you know, gassed anyone's house or bombed anyone's house, but because you're speaking about, I mean, today you've had threats, because if you mention someone's name, they're going to do all these things to you and take you to court. It's bullshit. But that's what they tried to do. They tried to scare you into silence. And that's what they've tried to do to me for 7 years. Not just the men, there have been women as well. Not so much anymore. It has been quite quiet.
How can these women question somebody who's been raped or been abused? You know what I mean? It's like horrendous, isn't it? Because unless you've actually been there, it'd be the last thing on your mind to say someone's lying about something. Do you know what I mean?
I've had a guy called Clark Tribe he's been getting women from the UKBK to ring me up trying to get my address. He's rang mutual friends of ours trying to get my address. He's at the stem of it because there was a lady called Stacey Busher, like I say, she's with a firm fella. Out of the blue one day, she messaged me trying to be my friend. Then she went on to trying to catfish me, basically, saying that she was worried about me and if I needed a shoulder to cry on. That's kind of what I thought you were at first, if I'm totally honest, no offence. But yeah, it turned out, as soon as I said I knew she was connected to Clark Tribe and that he's had a couple of people try and get in contact with me, she kicked off, she threatened to kill me, break my neck. She was in group chats enticing everyone, but she tagged 3 certain people within the industry that I knew they were involved, and it kind of the thing is, when they get so many people involved, babe, and Humble Dryer, they start all to leave paper trails. And over time, what you'll do is, because you're collecting everything, you'll be able to tell your story, and they will show themselves for what they are.
And that's 1,000,000%. And there's just so many people. I can't believe the amount of people that these same group of people have upset. I mean, there's people that have actually been close to suicide, and then they haven't dared to speak out, or they're watching this but they don't speak because of what they went through in the past. And
I think, you know, it's a time to mention Paula that did commit suicide. You know, these people went after her, and she was, you know, aspiring actress. She'd done Coronation Street. She was doing really well. And I've got a friend that knows her. I never had the pleasure to meet her, but yeah, she actually did kill herself because of these nasty flying monkeys that get involved, up the pressure. And, you know, we're dealing with what happened. We don't need to be dealing with horrible little nasty people online that, you know, people like Stu Armstrong was, you know, he came on board, he was respectful, I had no issues with him, he was quite a good actor. And then he literally, for no reason, just decided to take Aaron and Stacey's side, the guy that raped me. For no reason whatsoever, I'd done nothing to him. And then he told me that he was going to ruin my life on social media and make my life hell. And, you know, he did. I mean, 6 years later, he's on Humble Dryer. I think it was like 6 months ago. He was on Humble Dryer's podcast talking about my sexual assault, telling people I was a liar. You know, this man didn't say, look, you know, she's an actress that I work with, I'm staying out of it, like a lot of people did. And there's a lot of high-profile actors watching now, and they knew what was going on. They knew what this man put me through, but they didn't say anything. They just let me get on with it, and no one said, you know, actually she's all right, I've worked with her. Like, they just let this fantasy of me being a lying cow go about, and it's quite disheartening.
When I see the clip on the thing where Humble was saying, oh, she was saying it because she's got a film coming out. I mean, like, what is going on in there? Please,
the film came out way before. The film came out in 2017. I was raped in 2018.
And nobody's got the right to question anything that somebody's done to you like that. Do you know what I mean? And it was on Jeremy Kyle, and he was proved to be lying, wasn't he?
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't allowed to mention all the rape allegations shit. And I think, you know, I wanted to kill Jeremy Kyle. I was so disgusted with this ITV production they gave me less than 24 hours to make a decision whether I wanted to be picked up by a stranger, driven to Manchester, go on a show, sit next to my rapist and his girlfriend and talk about everything but that. And I was like, no fucking chance, I'm not doing that. And I thought, we'll wait for the police to do their thing. And it turned out the police were also corrupt as well. They removed evidence from my pack. They basically left me waiting for ages. They told me that my case had gone to the CPS. I've got an email proving that. And then the CPS wrote back to me 9 months later telling me that the police had never forwarded my case. We're now in a situation with society where the police are actually not sending rapists to prison anymore because there's no room in prison. So now I know why the police didn't put any effort in. I thought it was just me at the time and I took it so personally. But now I've realised there are thousands of men, women and children that do not get their day in fucking court because of arseholes like this. So YouTube is my court. Yes. YouTube is my court. Let the people know, and you'll get so many more people than 10 fucking stuck-up jury that are probably like being paid off anyway because of the firm, you know. So that's what I did, babe, and I think you're doing the same. And I know a couple of other women that did the same, and now they've done it to too many people.
I agree.
Hugh Armstrong doesn't want to be mentioned. He shouldn't have got involved doing podcasts with known rapists and abusers. And he shouldn't have been threatening women because all the threats he gave you today, he did exactly the same to me 6 years ago. And a male friend of mine, he was going to have bailiffs come round. He wanted money off me for graphics, and he's just complete melt. So what I've learned over the last 7 years, these guys have threatened to rape me. 5 black men were going to come around my house and rape me up the... death threats. Like I say, it's been awful, the stuff I've gone through. A couple of them were dealt with by the police. But the police have to, they can't go after a group of people. They can only go after people that send death threats, if there's threats to kill or threats of rape. Yeah. They can't really do anything without, she's a bitch, she's like, he said this, she said that. They're not interested. So, they're basically, it's like being back at school again.
It's awful. And rape is a really hard thing to prove, because I've been through the same thing, but mine was 2 men had done it. And they got the jury, the CPS were wanting to know which one touched at whatever point. It was in darkness, and they were both trying to grab me at the same time in all different places, and they were wanting to know which one at which time, which is impossible when you're in that situation and you're trying to get people off you. You can't say, well, that one did it then and that one did it, because it's pitch black. And the CPS no further action done. I did get paid out by criminal injuries. I did question that, why they paid me out. And they said, because we know it's happened to you, but it's really hard with these cases to go through. And it's a horrible time. And these people, the likes of Humble and the likes of Donna, will use the vulnerabilities and use them people who've sexually assaulted people to try and gain one up or whatever they're trying to do on.
They're just trying to victimise their victims even further. That's basically what they're doing, and they sit back and watch. I mean, this guy Clark Tribe, he's been involved since 2017. He's right at the front line with the Firm Fellas and the UKBK. He's the main instigator.
Will you explain to the people what the Firm Fellas are? They're like a...
Yeah, so basically, when I went onto the set of Refid, there was this group of people that called them the Firm Fellas, and they make out that like Dave Courtney is the head of the Firm Fellas. What I found out way after the rape, when I spoke to Dave Courtney about it, because I wanted him to sort of have a word with him and stop him from all harassing me, he basically told me that he didn't have anything to do with the Firm Fellas and that he was just a mascot. They were basically a fan club that followed him. And they fantasize over being gangsters, basically, putting pictures up, fabricating that they run debt collecting agencies. Just basically, there's thousands of them in these groups that sort of goad each other on, if that makes sense. So they all sort of go along with this sort of fantasy thing.
Like Mickey Goldtooth Gangster too.
Yeah, he's a part of it. Yeah, he's part of it.
And with guns and all that. And
you've seen it. They've all got the little label or the knuckle dusters, or do you know what I mean? So there's all this sort of there's these rules apparently within the firm that you can't have a tattoo of a knuckle duster put on you unless Dave's giving you a pair of knuckle dusters, and there's certain ranks within the firm that you've also got the firm lasses. So you got the Firm Fellas, and then basically what they told me was I had a femme fella come forward and basically tell me that he knew who was bullying me. He was involved to start with, but when he realised how sinister and disgusting it was getting, he decided to basically out them all, and he did. And it made so much sense to me. He was like an angel, if I'm honest. I was dealing with so many nasty people that were managing to take my real friends away from me. I lost so many friends through this because they believed the rumours and the lies and that. And yeah, this guy just came from out of nowhere and didn't doubt me, told me about all the other people that were involved. And because I didn't know this guy and he knew everyone that, you know, the names he was throwing at me, I knew who they were talking. I knew it was them. So yeah, it was just so nice to have someone say to me, look, you're not going crazy, this is real. And this is how they play. He taught me how to look out for things on YouTube, how to deal with catfishes and trolls. Yeah, and it was just like I was enlightened, and then I started to learn about narcissistic abuse, and you know how the NARC works. It's like a demonic spirit that comes after you and doesn't release you and shit. So yeah, like it's all been a bit of a whirlwind, but I'm quite glad that I've experienced not what happened in the hotel, but you know, and I'm not glad that other women have had to suffer. I wish people had noticed my videos before. But that was the reason I did the videos. So
because to stop it happening to others, because like you said about Paula earlier as well, Paula knew she'd been drugged. She'd got invited there by, I think it was a woman, one of the ones that goes there all the time. Is it Maureen?
The women can just be as bad, to be honest.
And she'd fell asleep and she knew what had happened the next morning when she woke up, but she couldn't go to the police because obviously she'd been drugged. And then she probably woke up and thought, still under the effects of the drug. And then it's horrendous. And when she's tried to speak out about it, people put the silencers on her for it to go into the book, which she wanted it in with Bronson and me. Do you know what I mean? And it wasn't able to go in, but it was Paula's wishes that it was to go in a book. But certain people said they were going to sue her and sue the writer, and it's horrendous, really.
Yeah. Because you can only sue if it's not true. Defamation's only if it's not true. If you can prove something in court, like I say, if these people are doing podcasts and sending trolling messages, they don't really have much ground to stand on. It's gone too far. It's been going on too long. I mean, apparently it's been going on 25 years. My story doesn't date back that long. But there are other people.
Yeah, they were in a group when they trolled Paula as well. I think it was a Facebook group. Many people tried to get her help. They were calling her all names on the sun, the worst horrible names. But men were just standing back and letting it go on.
Yeah, they do. I was told to kill myself. There were people in the film Roofed that didn't get involved in the bullying, but they knew the men that were bullying me, and they're still friends with them on Facebook. So they were still guilty by association. They didn't.
I said to you last night, didn't I? I said I didn't even know we had one of the main bloody ones on our thing, Facebook, because you don't know who they are, do you? Until like obviously you mentioned it last night, and I was like, I'm sure we've got him on our.
Yeah, thing. He's everywhere, baby. He's one of the main ringleaders. He's at the front, like at the top. If you think of it as a pyramid scheme, you've got these guys that are actually grooming not just the women, the men as well, because they're sort of basically saying, you know, if you do this for us, you'll be a part of the firm. And it's not the real firm. You know, the firm is so much higher. The original firm. I call it the firm and the sperm fella. So you've got like little boys running around that love the Cray family and, you know, the Cray twins and the whole story of the gangsters. And they're believing that they're a part of this group that Dave Courtney runs and the UK.
I think the gangster type people and they're not. So they just want...
I think they're ex-criminals and things like that, but, you know, not every ex-criminal is a gangster. They're just people that have made mistakes. You know, I don't judge anyone, but there are people in there that are sadistic when it comes to sex. And, you know, I mean, some of the stuff people have sent me is disgusting. Yeah, and I've had women send it as well. I've had women tell me that they're Aaron Twin's friend and telling me that she can get any man to come around and do me in the thing. And you think that's coming from a woman, it's disgusting, like, and I didn't understand it, but once I was explained that there are other victims like yourself and there are other people like Humble Dryer getting involved, and it's no wonder you get a load of strangers jumping on the bandwagon. And then unfortunately people that really do know you, they start to kind of believe it because so many people are saying shit about you.
crazy. I had to break it down a bit like you. I went to pieces when they were sending horrendous messages. Steve Max on here, lots of people are supporting you, Sammy. But it's horrendous, the things that they say and the things that they're doing. They threaten dogs, they threaten to come and rape you, they threaten to book Brian on a live. Well, if we bum him, he might book back, and then we'll do the dog. And it was like, what is going on here? And then I was looking going on to YouTube, and then you'd have Anne thingy going on at me saying, oh, she's a handmaiden of the devil, my face in the handmaiden of the devil, saying I was doing satanic.
It's good once
it's like, and I did crack up, but it's just,
they're just crazy people that get involved though, babe. You've got to learn not to let these people actually have it's called like reactive abuse. So they're throwing it, they're trying to get you to react, and then they're sitting back and loving it. And once I learned that, now when someone tries to poke my buttons, I'm kind of like, yeah, all right, you little narc bitch, let's go.
Yeah,
you know, I see you. So it's kind of like, I don't let them get to me anymore. I know they try, and the threats and stuff. If they were going to do something, they would have done it.
And the labelled men as well. So like Paddy Conroy, he got labelled a paedophile. Brian got labelled a paedophile. It's just like the same MO with them all, isn't it? It's like weird.
But weird you thinking of that as well. I mean, why would that sit on your head, that word?
Yeah, it's strange. Do you know what? Before I came onto this YouTube, I've never heard that. I must have heard that word 5 times in my whole life, right? And I'm 50. And that's to say till 40 odd. I've heard it about 5 times, and it was always horrendous stories.
YouTube's amazing. You know, my daughter's learned so much from YouTube. Like, she's just qualified and gone into the army. Bless her. I'm so proud of her. But yeah, YouTube. She's learned geography, history, like everything. We didn't have that when we were at school. You know, so YouTube does have a really good educational part to it, but there's a cesspit.
Yeah, there is.
Of snakes that use it for a different, you know, I mean, I think if there wasn't moderations on YouTube to stop like nudity and things like that, there probably would be a darker channel on YouTube, but because it's kind of moderated, there's not. So what we're dealing with is basically the scum of YouTube.
Yeah, Mandy G's commenting there. She said there seems to be a wall of silence or acceptance for their disgusting behaviour, and that's true, isn't it?
They discard you once you start fighting back, and they realise that, oh shit, she's got evidence on me and there's other people and that. They start to say that you're crazy, you've got mental issues, and then just don't listen to her, just talk, don't, and she'll go away. They attacked me, had my YouTube channel taken down, they were reporting stuff. I ended up losing my channel, my Facebook, but I just reset it up. I know enough people to re-add me. They're not that powerful as much as they think they are on YouTube.
And Sammy's got some great documentaries on her channel, which we'll put the link in and everything tonight for people to go up and have a look. Steve Max saying Humble is being used by police to catch certain high-profile criminals by goading them until they mess up and get caught doing wrong. He has no connections in the North East. Why is he speaking about people in the North East? Yeah, I get what you're saying, Steve, and it's right. Why is him from Scotland like talking about all loads of garbage, and it's all lies? Bad Boy Jeweler, they're twisted, subhuman, kids and adults, disgusting, humans, lead slippers in Scarborough. Yeah, that's right. Let me see what else brings in. What was on Jeremy Carson's asking?
If you watch my documentary that's on my Facebook, it's got literally everything. It starts off in 2017, how I met Dave Courtney, how I met each fella, where it led on to the rape, and then basically goes on to tell what happened after the rape, and literally up to last week when I got that death threat from Miss Stacey Busher, another fella member that decided to message me. I couldn't understand why this lady, she's like 50 something, she's a middle-aged lady, and she messaged me threatening to kill me because of something to do with Clark. I couldn't really follow it. And then it turns out she had a bit of a thing for Clark. She'd put posts up saying that she liked him. So there was your motive. She was just a flying monkey, nothing to really worry about. Like, I hadn't actually, like a lot of people, I haven't actually offended these people personally. They're just literally not getting involved or staying away because of the people involved, the scare people.
Yeah. And did Humble, was it right did I get it right when you said Humble had actually put out there that you'd approached him about your rape as well?
Yeah, lying little shitbag. I'd never spoken to him or Donna. Never spoken to them in my life ever. Still to this day, never.
To say that you approached him and asked him about that.
Yeah, no, I've never spoken to him. He the first thing I knew about Humble was there was a guy called Nab Speed who run a page called the Femme Fella page and other pages as well, but it was all to do with the gangster world. That one you said, Gangster Tours as well. They're all over it, same people. So yeah, there was a hate page that had gone up, and they were naming me as troll number 2 and a guy called John Silver troll number 1. And I didn't know this John Silver, like, no idea, never met. And yeah, basically, I went on for like a year. Must have been a year, like every day getting nasty messages from different people, calling me a troll, calling me a liar, trying to basically ruin my reputation online, cause a bad reputation like they do, calling me names. I was called a paedophile as well. Mother of 2, and I've done quite a good job for the last 23 years, but hey, they don't take that shit into account. But yeah, no, it was literally Humble Dry started coming on and saying things that just weren't true. That's when I knew not to trust him, because I thought, if he's lying about me, how many other people is he lying about? And if he's getting things wrong with like what I'm saying, you know, he's basically watching my videos and then he's reallocating back what I'm saying.
Constantly on a daily basis, that's all he seems to do. John's the same. Why has Humble and Donna never been arrested?
I have no idea. I mean, the police, I haven't got time of day for the old bill, to be honest. I think they're a bunch of mugs. I think they're just puppets. They don't have much power. They come here, they take a statement, they write, but it's not down to them what they take on. It's down to the CPS. So the CPS can't sort out what they don't know about. And also, we just don't have the funding to deal with this sort of thing. So they wait until someone's actually been stabbed. And then, you know, even when that does happen, they barely get that into court.
Yeah.
So yeah, the system's just fucked.
It is, isn't it?
I would never go. If I could have my time again, I wouldn't have gone to the police. I'd have just kept my mouth shut, if I'm honest. It would have just been easier.
And they arrested Brian, and they still never reacted to the 999 call of the petrol bomb. So it's just absolutely bizarre, really, when you think about it. People asking, just quickly, just that, you know, Brian's still in hospital. Hopefully he's out in a couple of days. Let me have a look, 2 secs. Nelly, 2 seconds. I heard about a woman got raped by the police. It took about years to get a conviction. It's awful. Yeah, anybody that has been raped, no person or anybody has any right to question anybody. It's horrendous. And I mean, like, I'm so proud of you because you're speaking out about it, and you've got the documentary which is going to help others to speak out. I mean, poor Paula, like we said, she isn't here no more, but the amount of things I'm hearing about this group is
awful. And when you're just one woman talking about it, nobody wants to help you, no one wants to get involved. You taint things, you know. I mean, I do feel guilty of what happened because it did taint the film Roofed. And it was almost like the film started to write itself and become real. And I think what happened was some of the actors involved in the film took the fantasy a little bit too far. And I've ended up having to deal with the repercussions, but they get off on the fact that, I mean, they don't like it now, the videos are getting done about them and stuff, but when it was reversed and it was videos being done about me, they were loving it. And, you know, there were a lot of the big ones like Clark Tribe, a couple of the girls from the UK BK boxing that just sit back and watch the show. They don't have to do anything themselves. They get someone to do their dirty work and then promise them that they'll basically go up a level. So when you've got someone in the inside that knows, well, was a part of them and knew all the tricks and traits and was taught everything, like, you know, I believe everything he says. I know that there's trolls out there trying to basically say that John Silver's crazy and, you know, he's a liar and he's just in it for whatever reason they're saying, but he's the only one that's actually made sense out of all of it. And for a man I don't know to have all the information that I do know about these people, how can it not be true?
John's in the comments. John, are you going to nip on if I...
Yeah, I think John can say his bit, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Let me have a look. Are you still in, John?
I'm just going to get a bottle of water. I'll be 2 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Are you old timer? Are you Jake? Are you Tracy? Let me have a look. Is John still here? Let me have a look. Oh, I've got loads of comments. Sorry, I'm about 5 pages behind, I think.
Let me give a shout out to Anne Marie.
Yeah, of course.
She's one of my babes.
Oh,
she said she's going to be watching.
Right. He's he's here. Right. So John, I'm unsure how to do this. Right. So how do I copy and paste on an iMac? I'm so thick, Sammy. Hold on. Let me have a look. Could you? Oh, I could send him it from what I sent it on you, can I? So copy and paste. Is that what I do? Yeah. 2 seconds. I'd send it to you on Facebook. Right. So if I copy and send that to John, right? John, I've sent it to your Instagram, I think. No, have I? Yeah, sent it. I sent it to your Instagram, John. Have you got it? Up. John Silver, adding as guest. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do now. Let me see if he's got it. Sammy, have you got John on Insta?
Yeah.
Yeah, will you make sure he's got that link for me? I think. Oh, yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
Yeah.
Yes, so I think I have to change this to 3 people on the screen.
I think it was only when John started to come into all this, especially my side, it was only that was when my people that kind of didn't know whether to believe me or not started to believe me.
What am I called? An A-B-T-I-A-N. Brian must have been using a StreamYard and it's gone on to, I think he's trying to spell his name. He's dyslexic, Brian. Right, got to read it. Right, John, are you there? I think he must be trying to do it. Everyone's saying much respect to you, Sammy, for speaking out. And
thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry someone else has had to go through it, like, well, many people. But I think the more people that sort of say the name Humble, I mean, I don't know what the connection with Stu Armstrong, Aaron Twin and Humble Dryer was, but the fact that he gave them a platform to do what they did and talk about what they talked about was pretty horrible. And I think, you know, for someone like Stu to have even gone on there and got involved with the whole thing, that was what makes me believe they're enjoying it, because it was 7 years ago. Why are you still doing podcasts and airing shit out, you know? It's
a recent podcast, Sammy, yeah.
It's in the documentary. I cut everything. So there's the Jeremy Kyle shows in the documentary. You've got the all the proof, the text messages. Yeah, it's just like everything from 2017 to now, and how, and basically where we're at now. So I'm currently going through a police investigation with one of the firm fella's girlfriends who threatened to have me killed. I don't know whether she's just a gobby little mare or whether there is some sort of plan in action with these people. So that's another reason why I've done my videos. So if anything does happen to me again, there's the evidence out there, and again, if it happens to someone else, maybe they'll be more believed straight away because I'm saying the same thing. So
it's absolutely horrendous, isn't it?
You can't rely on the police, babe. They're shit.
Yeah, it certainly are. How do we paste on here? More tools, help settings, save and share. I'm just trying to get this up for John. I found it. Paste. Right, so paste. John, this, I think it's on in the comments now. Can you see it? It wouldn't let him go in through Instagram, I don't think. Can you see it, Sammy? I haven't got a clue.
I'm pretty crap at this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I am.
Can't you send him the link to his Instagram?
I've sent him the link on Instagram, but he's saying it's not letting him come on.
Oh.
So I've put it into you. Maybe you'll be able to get on for me. I think you've got to have Chrome, is it, Isa? Mandy G, thank you for coming in. Mandy's had experiences, same thing, putting her stuff out recently, like a picture and stuff on Instagram, and Donna saying, I'm going to let all the people that you've upset know all the details where you are and stuff like that. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, it's really childish stuff that they do. They've raped and recorded girls and tried to use that against them as well, so that they can't, so they don't speak out. Yeah, honestly, the stories are just crazy, and it dates back, like I say, 25 years.
Yeah, I just think that they've told that many guys now. Then, oh, here he is. They're not getting believed so much, and I think that if we are strong and we all still speak out about these people in the hope that it doesn't keep happening, do you know what I mean?
What I really hope from this video is that people that are a part of the femme fella that now know what's going on don't give it the time of day anymore, and don't back these people up, because you're being used just as much as we were. John was used. It was they just bribed people.
Yeah.
So hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Would you like to introduce?
Hello, everyone.
Hiya.
Yeah, so John Silver was originally one of the firm fellas. I was part of the 216 promotion team with Chantal Richardson for what was the Decker Heggie fight for the governor, which is where I sort of, during that period of promoting Heggie without any knowledge of what was really happening, I didn't know anything about Decker at all. What really happens is that, I'm just led a long tale about this is going to be the greatest thing since the Lenny fights and the other fights. There was a lot of other people promoting it as well. So Joey Pyle, Ricky English, many others. And it was just an absolute farce. I mean, it was a thrown fight. So, people that had paid money to come and see a fight weren't expecting to see a fixed fight. Now, I know that they got a lot of flack for that. And I know that, me and Joey fell out, but I've got no issue with the man. I really haven't. He's completely out of this now. But yeah, I've been listening all the way along, and what you're saying is absolutely bang on point. What I will say is that, I try to pull the curtain back to show you how they do it. So these groups were originally set up to really sort of show the work, and put this stuff out that was going out. But by connecting all of us together, I started seeing things like at their charity events, money going missing. Now, what I've done is I've gone backwards and I've watched a lot of the original Cray videos that are all over Facebook, all over YouTube. But then if you connect the dots, it all joins together. So the firm fellas, BKB Boxing. So after you go to BKB Boxing, Joe Brown and Dove, I can't remember Dovey's first name, but I know it's Dove. So they are the guys that run the BKB at the O2. After the BKB at the O2, you then go back to Dave Courtney's house. It's the after-show party. But at the time, Neil Speed was handing out these medals with firm fellas written on it. And there's children at these events, and these people are wearing mankinis. And yet they're accusing myself, Sammy, and others as we're all the pedos and perverts, and yet they do things that show, that they're unhinged. A lot of people are on benefits that came on social media. They wanted to add all the gangsters. They wanted to have all of us in a group. They could then try and pretend to others as if they know us. So if they know us, they could then bully other people by using Dave's name, my name, and others. What happens is I really fell out quite big with the firm fellas, but that was more of a personal thing over business and what we were trying to do. But I was talking about like knife prevention, so on and so forth, and other things that we could have done. We also brought disabled people to the boxings, but I was working with Adaptive Boxing at the time. And working at Adaptive, all these people were just Facebook businesses. When you go back onto Company's House, because a lot of the people that are trolling everyone, what they're doing is they're getting our addresses by going to 192.com, or they're going on to Company's House and then looking our name up and then looking what businesses we've got, and then they've got our address. So there's different ways of doing it. Now, in the old days, what they were doing in firm fellas, elite, was they had people like that were ex-coppers, but then some of these ex-coppers
my question to someone very high up was, how comes none of these fuckers keep getting nicked and yet we all do? Now, what it is because the heads will never speak out about you on a video. They get the underlings. So as what Sammy was saying about the pyramid scheme, you know, that's really primarily what it is the people right at the top rip all of us off.
Yeah.
And then when we then turn against them or make some remarks, they'll just block us and then cunt us off as if we're the bad people here. They're the bad people. I mean, you know, a lot of people are beginning to speak out now in different groups about Dave Courtney. And there's a lot more to be said about that. But if we stick to the point in hand right now, yes, I've come in to help some of the ladies that have been targeted, although I was being accused of being the one targeting them. But I wasn't. All I've ever done is try and at least give the information to people. So even if in years to come that people look at these videos and they say to themselves, you know what, I'm not going to join these groups, you know, because it's all fiction, and a lot of the real, you know, the really heavy hitters from that sort of collection of people are really, a lot of them are dead or they're in homes, and they're just trying to, you know, rebuild this group now that Dave's dead. So there's fake craze, there's all kinds of weirdos right now that myself and Sammy were laughing about yesterday, but the years that we was involved in this, the trolling that we got, the hate campaign, and we've never actually met. I've never met Sammy in person. So there's allegations that me and her are dating, or that I'm doing this to be an actor in her films. It's not about that for me. It was never about the money. It was about, I was offended that during being part of their team, I'm not going to say I was as bad as them, but I suppose, you know, there were things that were happening that I was part of that I'm not happy about now. And I've tried to fix that. I've tried to come to the aid of the girls that have been affected so badly by these people. Now, one thing I will say about that little group of nutcases is that some of them are extremely dangerous because they're on benefits. They sit on social media all day and they just sit there ready. They want the hate out there. I don't know why, you know. But then some of us feel like there's an evil path on YouTube. And then there's other people, which I heard Sammy talk about the education of YouTube, which is amazing. You know, a lot of these platforms are not made for all of us to come onto and start shouting and screaming, because then no one listens to what we've got to say. If there's any questions from anyone that's watching, so I'm not going to look at any comments. I'm just going to, you know.
Mandy G said she's had this for 4 or 5 years off them, and I mean, it's still
I'm sorry to hear that, Mandy G. I really am. I really am very sad to hear that. But this is what happens. You fall out in the groups, they character assassinate you to a level that is unheard of. But then they go further. They start turning up at your house and they start leaving smoke bombs outside. They brick your windows. I've had my house firebombed. I've lost every item, every piece of property I ever owned went up in a fire because of the evidence that I had on them and a book that I'd finished. Now, again, this isn't about books or films or nothing. If I'm honest, I don't really want to continue in this. I want this to stop. I want these weirdos to stop harassing people on social media, because otherwise there are people behind us right now that are talking to the appropriates about putting something together to really stop this. You know, if there are people out there that are interested in helping, it has to be within reason, because we've been catfished before, myself and Sammy, where people offer help, but they're really there to just try and get information out of us. And then they try and turn myself against Sammy and vice versa. But we've never fallen out. I mean, we just...
I know what you mean.
We had to distance ourselves. We had to take a break. We both lost our minds. We come together just recently.
I had an ex-partner that used the court system to stop me talking about abuse he'd put me through on YouTube. And I was silent, so I couldn't do anything for a year. And that's what a lot of men are doing, and women, sorry, you know, women and men. This narcissistic demon will use the court process and then tell all the flying monkeys that, see, you know, they stopped from talking about me. But hang on, what am I talking about? I'm talking about what you were doing to me. And yeah, at the end of the day, I've just learned the flying monkeys now. You're never going to stop it.
But
when you're well known, you're not going to stop it.
Yeah, we had one called Irish Bull who used to come in ours, and he was a nightmare, to tell you the truth. He was like one of those ones who's really loud, blocks everybody. Anyway, cut long on short, he was on the channel for ages. Now he's #1 fanboy for them, doing videos saying the brick that came through this window should have killed me and I should be pushing daisies up. He wants to dig that Brian's dad up and piss in his mouth and stuff like this. And I mean, the stuff, and that's Humble's fanboy, do you know what I mean? It's horrendous.
Unfortunately, what's happened is things have happened in our name because the people that follow us, they then troll the shit out of them. So there's a war that no one can see. Now, I am constantly at this moment, because you both know what happened earlier to me today. And, you know, I could be getting lifted very soon because of a fight that took place. But I don't like bullies. I like taking the rubbish out. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, well, no marks on me. But, yeah, a little something took place earlier. So I'm sorry I didn't come into this earlier.
Mr. England, do you think the police informers?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Me and Sammy,
I was going to say, did you want to tell people about his side to Donna?
Sorry, what was that?
What you know about Donna Humble?
Okay, so initially, with what was going on with myself and the Humbles, it was her. It was never him. I only dealt with her. But then Sammy came into my life, and I was confused. I had a lot of things going on, and I actually thought that Sammy was Donna, because the voice, they sounded similar-ish. But now, when you start listening to Sammy now on here against Donna the other day, you can hear it's not the same person. But I was confused, but we were all being catfished and trolled, and it's only recently that me and Sammy have really seen through all of what's gone on. But it takes a long time to really understand because it's so complex. It's so complex. And it's thousands of people. Thousands of people.
She's as bad as him, isn't she, really?
I don't understand. I've never understood their part in this other than the fact that it feels as if that they're trying to get us killed or hurt or whatever the case might be. But what place do they play? What part do they really play in this?
They wanted me dead. They want me dead.
They wanted me dead. You know, he's threatened me in relation to doing this and basically saying, you know, I hope your friends and family are going to be okay with this. Basically, more or less saying to me that, you know, that's him saying without saying it, which is why he talks in riddles, because he talks in riddles so he doesn't get nicked. So he lets myself and others go to prison on his behalf, and then he buys them off while they're in prison. I've taken not a single penny or a T-shirt or anything, any of their dues in relation to, like, this is not a hate campaign from me against them because I feel like I've lost out. No, I'm just going to show you guys how they do it, why they do it, and that's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
You were like a lifesaver, honestly, John. If it wasn't for John, I think I probably would have committed suicide or something, because at that time when you came into it, I was like, no one was believing me, and you know, there was a handful of close friends that knew me, not social media people. You needed
the real firm fella.
And I just thought, you know, if people are going to just really believe these men, and these men were laughing at those people because they knew what they'd done.
I knew exactly what they'd done. That's their campaigns, throwing mud.
John, you've had like a warning of Humble. Does your family know about this?
Well, as I've told you before, privately, is that like, once you really sort of understand that no one's ever really coming for you, they'll say they're going to come for you. They never do. You know, it's all bullshit. But they will leave stuff outside houses. They will try and put the threat on. But this is, they took what we originally set up was to sort of share the information within the firm fellas. They turned it into a weapon. They weaponized fucking firm fellas. And then they started targeting me and Sammy as troll 1 and 2, just as if we're partners in crime. We're not. We don't know each other. It's that simple. Right. All I've ever done.
Someone's asking you, how high up in the firm fellas is the puppet master Humphreys?
I would say, now that Dave's dead, I'd say he's number 1. Maureen is the other person, because they were the plastic gangsters that were going into the prisons to fight. Well, they were taking presents and money in for the rent, or not rent boys, but they were people in prison that were doing sexual favours for the craze, but the others were taking presents in. So they were complicit in what was happening. So Steve Rafe, Maureen Flanagan, although I don't really want anyone to start on Maureen because she's 84, I don't think it's fair. They've all said in their own videos, in all that stuff on YouTube from back in the day, they're all in the videos, and they've all admitted that the charities are fake. Most of these charities don't get no more than about 10%, if that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they're about to do another event at the Blind Beggars after I was promised it wasn't going to happen no more, because this is their last crime they're going to try and commit, where people are going to get robbed and taken advantage of again. So is it charity? No. It's just a way of them selling their books and their words and so on.
There's a lot of people still waiting for the auction stuff to come through from Brendan. They've already paid money, but they're waiting still for stuff. So
Yeah, that's what they do. That's their MO. They just rip people off. They rip people off and tell us all to go fuck ourselves.
yeah, Brendan
That's
told
what
me
they
that I
do.
brought on the sexual assault myself. He actually said those words to me.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it when he did. I was just like, because the thing is, David kind of made out to me when I spoke to Dave Courtney. He told me that Aaron Twin, Clark Tribe, and what lot, they were just a bunch of guys that came to his house, took photos, and they weren't part of the firm. It was just part of this firm fella, like.
No, and the thing is Dave's part of the firm. Dave's not part of the firm. Dave's a wanker.
They all lied, though. I think they all knew. For Brendan then to turn around to me after David died, I spoke to Brendan on the phone, and he basically said at the end of it, he went, "Yeah, but come on, girl, you do bring it on yourself." And I was like, do you know what, Brendan? If that's your fucking mentality, I'm done with you. And I put the phone down on him and blocked him.
How does any girl bring rape on themselves? How does any girl bring rape on themselves? How? That's what an animal that man is.
Been hurt by Aaron Twin and Stacey, but they haven't came out. They've come to
They
me,
will.
but they
will.
haven't spoke up about it. So it's hard, you know, when you know stuff about people and you can't even talk about what these men have done to other women because those women aren't ready yet. And
They're not ready yet because they're still afraid of what is left of the firm fellas. But they're sperm fellas. They're no ones. They're no ones. I mean, they're hangers on at best. I mean, the real connection, as I said about Rafi and all that, is they're all there. They're all actually engaged in working with the craze while I was in prison. There's an old saying that they made more money when they was in prison than they did ever when they was outside. They were making fucking.
Oh, where is he? I'll come back in. John, do you need the link again? Let's have a look.
We was having technical issues last night as well. We kept hanging up.
I can't believe this. Leon's saying Amanda was stalking Sammy under soccer council, drawing her in like she was a friend, sick when she was a vulnerable woman at the time. Horrendous, Sammy.
There were so many people involved and people that weren't even like doing the bullying. They were still watching it. So it's pretty shit, really.
Yeah. Let me have a look. Is John still in the chat? Jaleese, would you be able to find the link for John? I think it took me too long to copy and paste it.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
To put it in the chat. Will you be able to put it in the chat, Sammy?
Yeah, I should be able to. Did you send it to my...
I think it's copy and paste, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh, it's that one.
Yeah, me too as well, Isa. Hey, Michael. I'll try and put the thingy in for you now.
Where does he want it? Does he want it as Instagram or in the chat?
You can put it in the chat, the YouTube chat. Tommy, I've been saying this since all this has been. I've been wanting to go out with it all. I've always felt that Humphreys, the puppet master, as I'm calling him, I always felt he was behind everything. Right, because he was the one that brought them into me as troll hunters. So even though I ignored them for a while, he was the one that I had trusted at the time to, oh, they're all right, the troll hunters are going to help you. It's insanity.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of catfish. What they tend to do as well is they set up, here, go John, I've done it now. There. Yeah, they sort of set up fake things. So I had women messaging me, basically, there was a woman called Cookie Greenwood, and she was telling me that she was a woman producer, film producer, and that she only worked with women in film, and she had a website and everything. And yeah, at the end of the day, she was trying to ask me questions about the sexual assault, which was really weird. I thought, well, if this woman's not connected to any of these people, why is she mentioning this? And then it went on, and it was basically, yeah, she was another friend of Clark Tribe's. And it keeps, every time I get an attack from someone, it's someone that knows Aaron Twin and Clark Tribe.
Wow.
So, and Stu Armstrong was promoting Aaron Twin, because that's what Stu Armstrong does, he's a promoter for the UK BK, not a very good one, may I add. And yeah, he basically decided to take Aaron Twin's side and promote that I was a liar to try and save face for Aaron. And that's what you're dealing with all the time. It's like they will say their side, and even if a person believes you, what I've noticed is a lot of the women don't want to believe me. The women just want to believe the men and still go partying with the men and you know, just live in this little fantasy, and they don't really care about what happened to me. So I've kind of like, at first that really hurt, and I used to be quite an emotional wreck, but now I'm quite numb to it all.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's just the people that they are. It's not really on me. It's just going to be how they are, and they'll do it to other people. So yeah, it's definitely a learning experience. Like 6 years kind of made me a lot colder, and I don't trust people anymore. I don't allow myself to be in a room with just a male on my own, because they can just switch at any time. You can have a guy that's like nice to you for 3 weeks or 3 months, whatever, and then just literally switch on you one night because he wants to do whatever, and then turn around and tell everyone you're a liar and try and victimize you even more and make people hate you because you dared talk out about what they did to you. You're just going to have to learn. I think you got to learn to know what people to put your energy into, because some people just want to see you hurt.
Yeah, spot on. Absolutely spot on. It's awful. John's saying John's saying, I've lost it now. He's saying that his phone's overheating. John, can you not jump back on for 5? I think there's Tommy's still speaking, I think. He's interested, so he knows so much about all this, doesn't he, John?
He knows loads. I mean, he told me everything I needed to know, all the people. I had no idea that Clark Tribe at the time was so embedded in the UK BK boxing. And then that made sense when I was getting bullied from all these people in the UK BK boxing. I couldn't understand why hundreds of strangers were like coming at me. I was like, where are you coming from? And then the Humble Dryer, he was another one. So really, I had the UK BK, the Firm Fellas, and Humble Dryer bringing all their own people into it. And yeah, like I say, it just went massive. And then the next thing, I'm the biggest bitch on the internet. You know, it's not nice being accused of somebody that would lie about such a thing. That's disgusting. Right. And you kind of lose respect because people think that you're like, I don't need to lie about that to get attention. I make films. I get attention on Facebook all the time. It's what comes with the industry. I don't need to go out and get attention for anything. And then we had people like Flying Monkeys, like a woman called Kellyanne Mitchell, who was actually an actress in Rufid. And she basically went around telling people that I went on the Jeremy Kyle show and got roasted. And I didn't. So people started to believe that I'd gone on this Jeremy Kyle show and, you know, all these, you know, people just listen to gossip and they don't actually get the facts right. And they talk and they act before they actually get the facts. No one ever thought to ring me up, see how I'm doing, or ask my side of the story. It was kind of like, she must be a liar. So yeah, it's kind of
crazy, isn't it?
Just the people you're dealing with, though. That's all it is.
I know. Someone's asking, John, do you have another device that we can call you? And I've just tried to ring him there. I'll try him again. 2 seconds. He said his phone's overheating. I think StreamYard does make the phones overheat. John, people asking if you can speak on the phone.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right, 2 seconds. Right, has anyone got any more questions?
I keep getting like timed out because it's overheating. But if any questions, any question is a reasonable question, I'll answer it.
Yeah. So John's going to take any questions that any of you forgot. If Tommy, if you can repeat your question, because I think I've lost it. Yeah, his phone is reconnecting. Yeah. But he learned me a few things about it all. Sammy, Lee, you will get justice. We all know you're not telling lies. They're just sick. And that's Tyneside Tradesman. He's a lovely lad. Yeah. And she's got loads of people behind her, hasn't she? Honestly, bless her, she said to me yesterday, she said, I couldn't just sit back and just let you do this on your own. And you did, didn't you, Sam? And it was like, I'm so like proud of her because will you explain your thing you've got coming out, and so people can know your documentary and stuff.
About the what, sorry?
About what you've got coming out in the documentary, is it the film?
Oh, the movie. Oh, yeah, so I've got the documentaries. So are you talking about the documentary or the movie we've got coming out?
You tell them about both.
Okay, so yeah, we've got the documentary that I've just done. The reason I did that was because I saw Emma's video and I realised that this humble dryer was still playing games with other people. Basically, new supply, that's what you are, my darling, new supply. And I thought, you know, I have to tell this whole story from start to scratch, because there's so many people like Aaron Twin, Clark Tribe, Humble he's more out in the open now, but you know, they were all sort of hiding in the background and letting all these flying monkeys do the dirty work. So over the last sort of few years, I've been connecting all the dots and saying, oh, this person knows this person, video evidence, photo evidence, statuses they put up in their own fucking names. You know, this woman messaging me and then tagging everyone in it. I mean, the cheeky cow, she said, oh, in her status it said Clark Tribe, Charlene Aldridge, Mason Fardo, which I don't know Charlene Aldridge, but Mason and Clark were in my film Roofed, and they started all this back in 2017. And yeah, it was kind of like, why is this woman messaging me? I don't understand. And then when I looked into it, I saw some names, I saw your video, and slowly over the last 2 weeks, little things have happened. Like people have contacted me, and I kind of felt like something's brewing. Yeah, and that's what I said to John. I kind of felt like something was brewing in the wind, and that's why I said, like, we just got to tell our story. That's all we can do.
I'm so happy because I can remember asking, does anyone know Sammy Lee? Didn't I? Because people had said, get in touch with Sammy, and you said, oh, they're the worst trolls. My only advice is to stay away. Do you remember? And then I was really shocked but amazed that you contacted again.
Yeah, it was actually Paula Benny that let me know. She said that you would put a call out for me. So if it wasn't for her, we probably would have never spoke, because I didn't see your comment, you know. So that's what I mean. There's so many people in the outskirts, you know. Paula was affected herself as well. There's other people that, you know, that have come forward and they weren't believed, or they were manipulated, and they were, you know, exactly what's happening to you, the lies, the rumours, the bullshit, the fake news. It's basically propaganda. That's how they work, and they manage to affect so many women and men as well. You know, they've done it to everyone. But yeah, enough's enough. Humble, get a fucking life, you moron. The fuck is wrong with you?
I know. And her as well. I just can't believe the way that she came on there and was putting the tears on and all that. And I thought, what about all the people's tears that have been spilt over yous?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And she's playing like a victim.
Yeah.
And
well, that's what they do, babe. The narcissist will always turn around the situation to make out you're the abuser. I've had that with so many men. Not many women, believe it or not, but I've had a lot of men that have abused me, done some horrendous things to me, whether I've been in a relationship with them or not. And then when I've had the mouth back, or I've done something like put a video out and tell people what he put me through, they've gone and then run to the police or the courts and said, you know, oh, she's the aggressor. When they're making out like I've killed someone's baby or something. I haven't. All I did was tell my story to you guys, to the public, and they hate it. Like when I think the best way to deal with a bully like these, right, online cyber stalking, is to set up a page and just document everything. Add your friends and your family, and then over time they'll be able to keep up. I mean, I've got friends that are watching tonight that have been following this for 7 years. So every time I put something up, they know exactly what I'm talking about and who I'm talking about. And
see,
that's
when I was trying to explain it to some of my friends who don't go on YouTube and stuff, and they were saying, why are you so upset? And I was like saying, oh, but this one's saying this and done a video about this, and they were like looking at me as if I was like going crazy. And then I was thinking, am I going crazy? Do you know what I mean? And it's only through the other people that have come forward and been through it that I realised that I wasn't going crazy, because at first they start to make you think you are, don't they?
It's horrible. You'll be sitting there, it'll be like 3 o'clock in the morning, and your phone will go ding, and you'll have a look, and there's like either a link sent to you that's got something about you that's not very nice, Yeah. I've had my face put into refaces where I'm a prostitute or a crackhead or going into a nut house. That was another one. Just like they'll put things on your work pages, like me personally, they call me a liar. They call me Sammy Lie, not Sammy Lee. Doing anything they can to just make people hate you.
Yeah, like they call Bride Alive, they call me 20 stone enabler and a prostitute, and
it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
And she's even gone as far as going onto my personal before I was married name and taking photographs of that. Then they've made a Brian and Emma account, and as if they're posting me doing these massages, which is really Brian's cousin's account, which she's a beautician and does massage and sports therapy.
Yeah, they twist and manipulate everything. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
So what? Even if you did do that for a living, at least you got a job. Do you know what I mean? Who are these men to be The thing is with these men, the reason why they are so angry is because their members probably lower in size than average, and also they don't know how to keep a woman happy. So they can't hold a normal relationship down. They have to bully and they have to, use and abuse. They don't know how to have a happy marriage.
You brought your children up wonderful, and they're, like you said, one of them's going in the army and stuff.
My daughter's in the army, so serving the country. I'm well proud of her. And my son's 23 years old, so people think I'm a lot younger than what I am because of the films and the photos, but I'm getting on. I don't need this bullshit. Especially from some men that, you got the man that attacked me, and then you've got his best mate. You can understand why he'd stick up for him. But the rest of them that got involved, I don't understand why. What did I do so wrong to those people to make them doubt me when they don't even fucking know me? And it's disgusting. These women are like Maxine Carr. They're the sort of women that will sit there, watch a man rape you, and then help him cover it up.
Yes, I do believe that. I think 100%. Someone's saying there, Sammy, that one of the trolling accounts of Amanda Humble was Natalie Rafter.
Yeah, I remember that account. Yeah, I remember that account. Yeah, I was getting some nasty messages on YouTube from that account. Just basically the same thing, calling me a liar. I mean, it just doesn't bother me anymore. Like, so I know what happened, and the big man upstairs knows what happened. So we'll deal with it when the time comes, won't we?
That's right. Amanda Jesus saying Carla Golding. Yeah, that was another one. Totally. That's the one she admitted was her account to me, Amanda. But there's been that many names. It's like.
And see what happens when you talk, people come out with more information.
Yeah.
And before I met John, I didn't have a fucking clue what I was dealing with or who I was dealing with. I mean, I hadn't even spoke to Clark in about a year. So I had no idea he was even a part of it until people started tagging him in shit. And all the people were connected to this gangster tours and Humble, and it's the same ring, it's just the same people. So when I contacted Dave and he kind of made out like, I asked him to help me, can you please put a stop to this? And he said, look babe, I've got nothing to do with it, I'm not a firm fella, like it's not, that's a different crew. But I think he was lying. Honestly, I'm probably the only person that will, when Dave died, I was pretty taken back and I was like, oh my God. But then I thought a bit of relief because I thought there's no glue now to hold these arseholes together. Of course I'm sad, I don't hold anything against Dave, I've never had issues with Dave, but he either was aware or unaware that he was holding this group together that were going out and abusing people, like I say, not just women, men as well, and children. From what I hear, I don't know if that bit's true, and I don't want to comment on whether that is true, but yeah, it's not nice. And if I was ahead of something like that, I would do my best to make sure that sort of shit didn't go on within the group. But when you're dealing with people that follow the Cray twins, people that were paedophiles, rapists, women abusers, like, you can't expect anything better from these people. I just got myself into a bad circle of people and they won't leave me alone. And now it's happening to other people as well. And what can you do? Like,
it's awful, Sammy, it really is. And as I say, I'm just so proud that you're coming out and you're actually talking.
You as well, babe. You as well. It takes a lot because I know what they do to you. The sleepless nights, the constant looking over your shoulder. You get so much cortisol, trying
Yeah.
to live in like flight mode and, you know, fighting all the time and worrying, that actually when you find out who these people really are and they're nothing to be scared of, they're just fantasists, you know, little boys having a wank down the internet, you know, it's like, that's all they've got. It's like, get on with your life.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
He's back. John, are you gonna?
Yeah, that was perfect timing, because I would like John to tell you about the fake account on YouTube and Facebook.
Right.
We can get him back. That was perfect timing.
Ask your questions. I'm here till 9. Right, hold on 2 secs. Hold on, I think I'm getting some strange messages.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay attention to the troll messages, though, because that's what they want.
Oh no, she's saying, the lady's saying, I won't say her name, keep going, just hearing the podcast. One thing I picked up on was how corrupt the police are. Anyone to do with that system. My son was in petty crime, on his record, was released from prison. Are you alright? I'll read that out in a second. My blood boils because of coppers.
What was the question, Sammy?
Yeah, I was just going to tell him, did you want to tell her about the fake account that Ronnie's resurrected from hell?
Oh, so what was quite comical was the other day, I thought, although I'm no longer on Facebook, I created what is called a ghost account, where you can then, if anyone's blocked you or whatever, you can then look at what they're saying about what's going on. Because what they try and do is a thing called cloaking. So what they do is they'll block me, and then they'll be on their account saying, oh, I'm this and that, and I'm not answering. All they've done is they've blocked me, and that's what they do, is they tell all the others to block me, so then I can't tell them the truth. Yeah, so what we've just noticed recently is on a page with Charlie DX, Nancy Cray, Maureen Flanagan, and Ronnie Cray. He's fucking dead. So this cunt is talking to DX, but it's DX, so she's come back as Ronnie Cray, and she's so deluded. Her name is Day, not Cray, and she killed a man in cold blood, accusing him of being a fucking sex offender, and he wasn't one, and I've got the evidence to prove it.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Everybody's got their own circle. I mean, I didn't really have much to do with this Charlie Cray. She's given shit to John, but she's good friends with Clark Tribe, so they've teamed up together to come at me and John. Right. And I didn't know any of this until things like, it's taken 5 years to work this all out. So it's pretty clever in a way, but thankfully for me, John knew how to play the game, and he's taught me. I learnt from the best, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Karma's sort of shown her face now, and they're having to reap what they sow. But Humble Dryer, I know he's watching, and he's nothing but a little leprechaun. And
yeah, that's exactly what he is.
He's old enough to be my granddad, and he's bullying young women. I mean, how do you feel, Humble, actually, that you spend your evenings when your wife's across the living room? Like, is your sex life that bad that you have to contact other women?
It's weird, isn't it?
Really weird. Really fucking weird. I don't know. I don't have a clue why this guy got involved, why he would air my rapist's best mate on a podcast 6 years after the rape, why he would keep trying to torture me. I have no idea, but they're just monsters.
Somebody's saying, John Silver, how does Donna fit into all this? It can't just be Humble.
So when I was first approached by them, what happened for me is I saw Geraldine and the video that was put out by them of what happened to Geraldine via Decker Heggie. And it was the reason I joined Humble. So we were meant to be anonymous. We were meant to be all in there together. Myself, Steve Rafe, Christian Roberts, many others, but there was never John. He was in the background, who I thought was my ex-governor, who's another supervillain I'll talk about at a later point. But as I said, this is so complex, and I saw someone earlier say something about, oh, it's a bit much for YouTube for this evening. Guys, we are just pulling the curtain back and showing you just how bad social media has become. And it got a lot worse then. This is the tip of the iceberg, everyone. I advise everyone, so if their children are on social media under the age of 16, remove them.
Yeah.
Because it will fuck their minds up.
Because we are going to carry on with this, aren't we, John? We're going to take it right down there.
There's a line here that realistically, this is not a hate campaign. This is not about us shouting and then shouting back. No. This is about trying to put this to bed. I want everyone to stop targeting Sammy Lee. I want everyone to stop targeting Emma and any of the girls, and only the girls that go through Sammy or Emma are going to talk to me, and I can show you how we can stop this overnight. Because since I've been working with Sammy and Emma and Sammy, have you been attacked since?
No, only from that Stacey Busher and Clark Tribe. That was about a couple of weeks ago, so I've got that going on. But none, that was personal. That was a personal attack. That's not a flying monkey attack. I think the flying monkeys need to just stop now. And if any one of these Humble Dryer or Clark Tribe or Aaron Twin or anyone asks you to do something or send a message to either me, Emma, or John, don't do it, because now you know what you're putting us through, and you know that you're being used for an abuser's game. So why would you continue to do it, Stu Armstrong? Why would you still get involved knowing what they are? Yeah, it's disgusting. So you're either in that group or or out of it completely. So I'm sick of people sitting on the fence.
They've got a choice, haven't they?
Somebody else is saying, John Silver, our Humble's police informers. There's quite a few questions for you. Yes, yeah.
Yes. I mean, they've got to be, because they've never been arrested. I've had guns pointed at me. Danny, I know you don't talk about Danny Christie right now, but I'm just going to go through the Humble situation.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got to tell my...
Yeah, of course.
Without telling the story about them two, it doesn't make any sense.
Of course.
So Danny, me, and Ricky Picking were being used by Humble to really target Heggie. Now, the reason we were targeting Heggie was he was using his page to then target vulnerable women, and that is 3 recorded videos of 3 different people that he has basically raped. Though he's in a relationship with him, he's such a monster in bed that he thinks anal sex is love. I'm sorry, it's not. It's not love. That's just a monster. But the reason Heggie is the way he is he's one of them. So the longer they've caught you in arrest, the sex parties and the things that went on back in the day, I've got so much information and evidence that this time we are working with the police, because all this shit about Copper's pencil, about down grass, I'm sorry, this isn't about grassing, this is about stopping men targeting women and children online, which is what the original Humble page was set up for. But all of the others that have stayed quiet, Steve Rafe, Puppet Master, and others, you know, there's this thing that they then set up this other thing called Sparta boxing. So what they're really trying to do is...
I knew it was that's Clark Tribe that's done that. That's Sparta. He's part of that.
Yes. I knew it was connected to that.
That rings a bell.
Yeah.
So, I mean, things just keep coming out. It's like word vomit.
Getting on a piece of the jigsaw and you just think, oh, I said that a year ago.
It's very simple. Their primary idea or objective is to wipe us out and take over now Dave's dead. But with Dave dead and Neil gone, there are a lot of other people, including Steve Rafe, that's got videos on YouTube that sells out Dave. Because he walks away. He did, I give him credit, but he walked away from it in the end. And then carried on with his, the Northern fucking connection. That's ended up in misery for this Chew because of fucking Humble Dryer.
Yeah, causing absolute lies and deceit.
Again, although Steve is a puppet master, he's had to leave his fucking home because this is how dangerous this becomes. Because once it goes from social media and then off into the real world, they can very easily track and find us.
It wouldn't surprise me if Humble Dryer was part and parcel of them attacks on everybody's.
We think we've come to the decision that realistically what we really think, as I said, is something at that top is powering with this to cause the drama on social media, to then sell books and get people at their boxing events. It's just follow the money, everyone. Follow the money. It becomes very clear, very obvious.
Totally same. Was Donna involved with the Firm Fellas before Humble, and does she have police links?
So I've never met her in person, but she said she may have met me at Courtney's. So yeah, I do believe that she was there. It's going to be the 50th birthday for Joey, where I was a VIP at that event with Charlie DX Cray, my ex-girlfriend. Look, for this time being, because the drama it caused, and as I said, none of you really know. I've had our houses attacked. I've had guns pointed at me. I've been firebombed. All my friends and family have been targeted. They've had to come away from social media completely because of what I say on here. I've been arrested on numerous occasions under false allegations because when they say something, they come in with Riot Squad, and they really come at me heavy, as the videos are proof, as we're going to put out in the main film. In the main film, I'm hoping that Sammy agrees with me, that what we're going to try and do with that film is not make any money out of it. That if it is done properly,
yeah,
and it should go to,
some like charity to help other women, innit?
And to protect against this.
Protect, yeah. And kids' photos.
I want to show, on our charity events, I will show complete transparency, and I'll put it up online where every single, penny, down to the penny, I'll show you why I spent it, and I'll show you what I gave to the charity. Yeah. Why they have no charity numbers. They've had 2 bars in this house, no drink licence. I don't know why we can't get Bossum nicked, but I have been sat down by professional, proper, high-end coppers that don't wear uniforms. When I asked the question, is Dave Courtney an informer? They said, we can't tell you. Now, what they were saying is, if they could tell me, then he isn't. Because they couldn't tell me, Frank Fraser and everyone else that said what we said about Dave was a fact. So he's been selling all of us out for years, as long as he wins.
Yeah.
At any cost. At any cost. A narcissist at a level like I've never seen other than Heggie himself. But don't forget, they all looked up to us, so everyone's sort of become them. But their real ones are dead. Where these people are fucking... We all say like these people, right? And it should be a fucking title for a book. Because of the amount of nutters on here that have tried to involve themselves in this, that were never part of anything. Bird shit.
There's people...
Bird shit.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Perfect word, yeah. That's exactly what they are.
And others that are caught in these groups that we know are sex offenders. Now, I have groups. I created those groups, the paedophile hunters groups, some of them belong to me. And I was so high up in the fucking firm, fellas. Like, I'm in the elite group, or I can still contact people that are at a high level, a high grade, that don't ever want to do this, but they're speaking to us in the background, and everyone's happy, and they're advising us.
Yeah.
And we're even working with the police on it this time. 7 different police forces are involved in this time. Cumbrian Police, Scotland Police, the Met Police, Essex Police. Sammy's got stuff ongoing. You guys have got, Emma and Brian have got stuff ongoing. But
no, they don't turn up to us. Brian's on bail.
Why have the old bill never stopped us? Why have the old bill never shut this shit down?
Well, that's what they're trying to do, because they won't respond to. They never responded to my 999 call, but they've got Brian.
Because we all live in different area as well, so different police don't actually. You know how like medical records, if you have a heart attack, you go to the hospital, your medical records are attached. It doesn't happen with the police, so that's why that guy Ian Huntley that killed those 2 little girls. They didn't know that he had previous, because he'd moved to a different county and got a job in a school.
No, I know what you're saying, but I don't agree totally on that one, because Brian's medical records, they were talking about Brian's medical records and how things could be changed on them. The iPhone 999, when the petrol bomb attack hit the car, they walked right past the smoking car and arrested Brian for threat to kill. Right, which he's due at court for. Then they didn't come out to any more of the petrol bombs that week, and then they've arrested Brian again recently for threats to kill again, which is a load of garbage. Brian's in hospital really, really poorly. So I do believe the likes of Paddy and the likes of Brian, etc., that these people like Humble and stuff are behind trying to set people up for certain things, and which is a load of lies. And I do believe what Paddy says about it is part and parcel. And I believe that they're definitely working with the police. I believe Donna Humble could be part of some kind of intelligence with the police for sure, because nobody would go on day in, day out trying to get people lifed off for stuff that is a load of lies. And that's exactly what they're doing.
He has no part to play in this.
No.
Well, he has absolutely no part to play in this.
No. No.
He ain't no gangster, and he ain't part of gangland. And the thing is, there's no such thing as gangsters. They're villains, not gangsters.
Yeah.
Gangsters really only applies to the Americans, not us. We're not the fucking mafia, or nor those wanky little crows.
No.
Because if they didn't get nicked, everyone's going to get rid of them.
Yeah.
There's evidence to that effect. Yeah?
Yeah.
Like they were going to get rid of Dave at one point because of the fucking fact that he's a police informer. There's informers.
I think they've all got handlers.
That's grassing. That's grassing.
Well, he was known for having a police handler, wasn't he? Dave.
Of course he did. His code name is Tony Mac. In fact.
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
I'm not telling no lies. Steve Wraith knows more about this than I do. He could put a video out after he listens to this, because they're all listening.
Well, he's got police handler as well. He's another one.
We've all got fucked because of this, but we can't get Wasson nicked. We couldn't get Heggie nicked. We couldn't take Heggie down. And then he's doing films for fucking Sky.
Tommy's just come out with something. Right, can you explain this, John? Because Tommy's come out with something and it's made me ill because it's been on my mind. Do you know I told you about the baby in the bath, the 18-month-old baby that Wilson was going on about towards Decker? He kept mentioning a baby in the bath. See, somebody else has mentioned it there, like the baby in the bath.
I don't know. Listen, I'm going to be very honest and blunt, right? The only things that I know about is what Rhonda recorded when a police officer gave the information about what Heggie has done. So I didn't know about him trying to get a girl to masturbate. So that's what he does. He was using his social media to target very vulnerable people. And we have evidence to that effect. So that page should have been shut down. I said to Heggie when we had the virtual fight club and when Sammy was involved in Fair Price, I said to him, just drop your pages, brother, and we'll leave you alone. But he couldn't because he's making $4,000 a month out of it. You know, he kept doing them videos in Thailand, but you know, also fucking Butland was in Thailand, and I was friends with him, but his wife just wanted me away from him. You know what I mean? And I don't know why. Or is it, you know, about making money and fucking, you know, now calling it a Butland fucking government bill? The government bill at this present time is dead. I don't want to hear no more about government fights. Otherwise, I will really play up.
Justice for Chantal. Humble's in hiding. His man for wardrobe hoping I don't find him. And Donna is.
Humble's falling apart, everyone. He's talking to me in the background. Humble Dryer, John Murray Wasson is talking to me in the background because he's saying to me, oh, you're getting dragged in by these girls. Girls, you always can get me dragged in. If they're attacking you, then I'm here for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Armchair criminal, are you? 2 seconds, let me have a look. Thank you, Justice for Chantal.
I'm watching the football in the background, so I apologise.
Yeah. Humble gets missionary twice a year, Christmas and birthdays. Manta, probably the way it goes on, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Let me talk, Emma, please. Yeah. Emma, say something to the people that are listening. During the early start of this, everyone's left me alone until obviously the call to myself and Ash was published, and then Fishy Fingers put another recording out. So we were being quite friendly in the background at the start of this. But I've been talking to him, and I said to him, why don't you put these recordings up like you do everyone else? I said, don't edit it though. Because he's now blocked me from Instagram from tagging him. So yes, he's about to run everyone. Fucking policeman, Officer fucking Wasson is about to run.
Yeah.
Thailand, the rest of those
well, you were saying today that you thought that he was police, didn't you, for sure? Because
I think he's working for the police.
Yeah, exactly.
To take down what is left of the old of gangland, so that these new crays and the rest of these widows like fucking tribe, and there are others, but there's some who will leave alone if they now walk away. If they choose to carry on, welcome to Virtual Fight Club, where they can take me on at any point. Quick pro quo. You ask me a question, I ask you a question. No shouting, no arguing, no fuck all.
Justice for Chantal is saying.
Can call me out. I'm telling the truth.
Justice for Chantal is saying. I'm asked John and see if he knows anything about the Truth Seeker. Now, it's not the old Truth Seeker. This is an absolute lunatic that's appeared on. I presume it's the same one, Justice for Chantal.
Anyone on fucking YouTube under illusionary character names that won't show their face, some of them are friends of mine that want nothing to do other than ridicule them. Which I love that. COVID idiot. I love you, brother. I love you out there, you know what I mean? You're the real deal.
Yeah, this is Truth Seeker who I think's Donna. Yeah, I think it could be Donna behind that channel. I think it's definitely a woman.
Let's imagine, right, for 1 second, if we take all the bullshit away, that they're both lunatics on social media just to try and drive all of us mad. But what happened is that they fell apart. I made a warning to John. If he carries on with this, it will go crazy, because both myself and Sammy, we did.
Will you tell him?
Both of me suicidal because of this.
Will you tell him what he said to you about me?
Yeah, they're just trying to warn me off of you.
He said it's personal now. He's not stopping, is he?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that bit. Okay, so I asked him, so everyone that's listening, I asked John, with respect, while we were still being amicable. I said, please leave Emma alone. He went, no, it's personal now.
Yeah, so well,
I've got the recording.
well,
I've got the recording. He'll probably try and drop it, because if he's hearing this, he'll just delete it now. But I've already recorded it, John Murray Watson.
Yeah.
Or shall I say Officer Watson? From here on in, Officer Watson.
Yeah.
We fucking got your number, bruv.
But John, I did say to you that I wasn't going to stop as well, didn't I? As soon as you started putting threats out and trying to destroy people's lives with lies, I told you I wasn't going to stop. So, end of. Anna Connolly, lovely to see you. Let me have a look. 2 seconds. See if there's any more questions for you, John, because are you quite popular, you, John, you know?
Thank you.
Isn't it, Sammy?
Listen. This is not about, I don't want no fucking gifts. There's going to be no pages where I'm trying to make money out of anyone. I've always done this with my fucking hand on my heart to stop what has happened to the girls, to Geraldine, to Paula, to Sammy, to Emma, and there's fucking thousands of others that have been speaking to me, but they were so scared to come out before now. So me and Sammy have put our face to this. No gimmicks, no fucking
Thank you, you too.
Just us telling the truth. That's all we're doing, is telling you our side of the story. They can all now do videos and say we're lying, cause fucking sex cases, but they've got no evidence. But everything me and Sammy have got is fucking huge. It is so big that none of you would even believe it. But you'll see films, you'll see books, but they're not going to be anything to make money other than for the right place. I mean, you'll see. If I didn't get seen in the future doing something dodgy in relation to charities, well, then please call me out. You know, because that's not fucking on. And I'm not having enough of them and their shit and their shit stories. The Crays were Jewish, horrible little fucking rapey, killing fucking rent boys, paedophiles, simple as. I'm sorry to say it, but the fucking Cray lovers, but the truth is the truth and the evidence is out there.
Yeah. Does John Silver know anything about the Apollo account and who they were working for? I'm convinced that was brought in by Ray.
100% I'm not interested in all of those accounts that do not have their motherfucking face like me and Sammy have on house. Yeah, no more hiding unless you're doing certain things where, you know, you don't want to be part of this bullshit. Because believe me, the devil doesn't change everyone. It just changes you.
Yeah. But I'm so, I mean, there's people in the chat, there's women in the chat. I mean, there's one lady in the chat whose deceased husband was brought up by these people. There's another lady in the chat who, her and her daughter were brought into madness and arrested. It's absolutely horrendous when you think back to how much trouble and stuff they're causing. It's horrendous, John.
Can I say something? Publicly to Steve Reif. Please help me, Steve. Come back into the right fold, bruv. Like, you know what I mean?
No. Steve Reif does not come anywhere near me.
I'm not saying come work with you. I'm asking him to put a video out and tell the truth. Just tell the truth, Steve.
No. Steve Reif, I'll never ever trust that man in my life. And
I agree with you.
He's a part and parcel of it all.
This isn't about sharing hate, it's about sharing love. This is about God. We're now children of God. They are their fucking devils, these people.
I'm not going to forgive him any time soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Humble said about you, remember?
Yeah, well.
The longer this goes on, we are adults, and I forgive.
I feel the same way about Stu Armstrong, so I get it, Emma.
Yeah, thank you, Sammy. And I'm not nowhere in this world the upset and everything he's caused by bringing these people into my life and what they've done to other people, innocent people. Anna, her partner Viv, was tragically.
With love and respect, Emma. With love and respect, like as I said, like so realistically, like yourself and Paddy and what's going out, right? So that's that northern connection. I'm really the London connection.
Yeah.
Like anyone else asking me about fucking weird accounts all that, I'm not here for that, guys. You know, I'm trying to fix this problem. I'm going to show you the real people behind it, not the fucking people that are just, as Sammy calls, flying monkeys, but they're sperm fellas.
Yeah, well, they need outing anyway, don't they? All of them for what they get up to, for sure.
Oh, we're looking on that, Sam, aren't we?
Yeah, well,
yeah. There's I've got quite a few, to be honest. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's worse than crazy. It's become perpetual madness.
Yeah.
I also asked Bernardo Mahoney to do a video now, which he promised to do. Well, I backed down, and then Dave shot himself in the head because he didn't want this. He didn't want all of you to realise he's really Jimmy Savile from Gangland. That's just the truth. I'm sorry everyone loves Dave, and I'm sorry, and everyone's going to say, oh, now he's dead. I was calling him out years ago, and I've got the evidence to prove it. Dave is the head, and always was the head, directly under the crazes. He's going in and out of fucking prison, taking presents in, so that the fucking craze can get sucked off. Fact. Steve Raver's also guilty of that. Also, Maureen's guilty of that, of taking stuff in and out so that the guys in there could fucking just do what they wanted. But the guys that were out here at these charity events and all these parties ripping the fuck out of people. Charlie Crane was the one responsible for that.
Yeah.
So, Sammy, are we going to get your links and stuff? Can you tell people how they can... What?
Yeah. So basically, the film, like I say, the documentary was out 5 weeks. Well, no, about 4 weeks ago. So that's on my Facebook. It's had loads of views already. It just tells my story from start to finish, who people were in Roofed, how I met Dave, how I became subject to this gang, sex ring, whatever you want to call them. And basically, the Jeremy Kyle show's in it. It's got all the information. But also, we're doing a film about narcissistic abuse that we started filming on the 22nd of June. And that should be ready in January to watch on Amazon. So it's basically teaching the tricks and the traits of the narcissist in how they use social media to torment you, how they use the police and the courts to torment you, and then how they go on to get all the flying monkeys by telling other people that you're the abuser, when in fact you've got so much evidence to prove that they're the abuser. But because they cut you off, like John was saying, you don't have any way of telling your story. So I wanted to say a big thank you to Emma, because I do know that you've got a connection or doorways through to people like the UK, BK and the firm. And like I say, I'm not blaming everybody within those groups. I'm not saying everyone knew or knows, but now you do. And I'm just asking you to stop supporting these horrible men that are using you to come at women that they've attacked or bullied or whatever the reason is. Why would you listen to a word Humble Dryer says now when there's so many people that have proved him to be what he is? You know, why air it? Why allow him? Why help him? Why set up an account and message someone like Emma, something horrible, and you don't even know her? It's a mentality I don't think we're ever going to be able to change. You know, it's pretty hard. So
I believe that if Brian was if I do believe that if Brian had been fit, I do believe that Humble wouldn't have done half the things he's done. But they seem to have waited for Brian to be
vulnerable. Yeah, that's what they do.
And stuff. And then they can call him all names under the sun. Same with Anna's husband, and who's in the chat. Her husband was tragically murdered. They've just upset so many people, Sammy. But it seems to always be that they'll go more for the women, like you did with yourself, and it's horrendous. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the problem is, I don't know whether, like, what I'm just trying to work out was I raped because Clark sent these boys onto my film production to do it out of revenge? Or did this guy just have an opportunity to do what he did to me and then everybody stuck up for him? I still can't understand, like, which way it was. Because I didn't even know that these men knew Clark at first. They were all on different parts of the film. They didn't work together. So for them to all now be best buds and collaborating and putting, like, tags and threatening to kill me and all the other things that they've done, it's like their masks have fallen off now, and it's like, enough's enough. Just stop it. Just stop doing it. And can everybody else that has seen it just stop doing it?
Yeah.
Stop making it. You're giving him a platform to carry on doing it. You're making him think he's a gangster by playing along with the guns and the photos, and you know, it's Dave's no longer here. And there's no need to continue the facades, really. I hear that they're recrowning someone, apparently. Don't know who that's going to be. But I would hope now that the Firm Fellas has become such an embarrassment that nobody would want to be a part of it, really.
I know.
Knowing what they do. The same happened with Victoria's Secret models. You know, as a little girl, I used to follow Victoria's Secret, the Playboy Mansion. I was like, oh, in awe of these women. I didn't have a bust when I was little, so looking at these beautiful women, I was like, oh my God, that's what I want to be. And it turns out that actually most of those models were abused, sexually abused, physically abused, mentally abused. And it all came out that the guy that owned, not going to say names, I don't want to get in trouble, but the guy that owned the publications for all that was an abuser, just like the Jimmy Savile stuff, just like the Prince Andrews. There are people out there that are very bad people that manage to pretend to be good, and until they actually attack people, there's nothing you can do, really.
Yeah, spot on, totally spot on. But we thank you all for listening, and I think we will be doing a little bit more if well, then he's speaking there, I'm trying to listen to him. Are you what? Yeah, definitely. John's saying he'll come on again. Will you come on again, Sammy?
Yeah, awesome, anytime.
Yeah, that'll be wonderful. And in the meantime, if you can go and subscribe to Sammy's channel, can you put your link in, Sammy?
Yeah, of course I
can. If you can put your link underneath. And if you look at Sammy's channel, she's got a lot of documentaries, and she's got a film coming out on all this.
There's a whole channel about this on YouTube. It's crazy. It dates back years. So have a ganders.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting a comment now in... Oh, yeah, good idea. I think you can comment in the chat as well and people can click on you, can't they?
Yeah, I'll do that now, yeah. Just trying to find the share button on my video.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm crap at all this. Oh, there we go. It's up there. Share.
Hey, Paul. Newcastle United, Tracy. Yeah. Tommy. Newcastle United, Tracy. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Tommy, you're talking a lot of sense to you tonight. And it's the first time I've seen your comments, by the way. I'm not saying that you don't use them. Yeah, so there's Sammy's channel. Is it gone in, Sammy?
Yeah, it should have. You see it?
I can't see it yet. 2 seconds. Sammy's channel. Oh, my voice. Is it gone in, Sammy?
Sorry, that's
yeah, should have. You see it?
No, I did put it in there. I don't know why it's not going in. Hang on. There you go. You got that? It's under well known.
Well known, yeah. Well known. Is this one yours, Sammy? Under well known. I still can't see it.
Under what now? Well known. Franklin, hello people, just above him.
Right. Yeah, I can't see it on this end. Isn't that strange?
That is weird, yeah.
So that means that one of my moderators has blocked you commenting.
Oh, okay. That's a catfish for you. I've had loads of them. What I'll do is I'll send it to you on Messenger, and then you can put it on.
Right, I'll share the link now. Isn't that weird, eh? So one of
they try all sorts. Nothing surprises me anymore, to be honest, babe. It's all a game to them. They think it's funny to do what they're doing to people.
All right, 2 seconds. I just find Sammy's. Julie, you're really good at this. Can you find Sammy's channel for me? Oh, is that it there? 2 seconds.
I'll try it on this one, see if it works here. Can you see it now?
Ah, yeah. I think Tracy's put it up, has she?
Oh, thank you.
That's it. So that's Sammy's channel, everybody.
Thank you, Tracy.
Oh, thank you, Andy. Glenn, Franklin, Jalise has put it up as well. Yep, there we go. Glenn, yeah, so we will get back onto it because it's really interesting, all the stuff that Sammy and John do know about. I've been looking into lots of it for a while now, as I knew the Puppet Master, that's where he was connected heavily. But yeah, it just needs exposing, a lot of it. He's still in hospital, and thank you very much, Big Sci Music, Drone and Blogs. Hopefully he'll be out in a couple of days. So there we go. But Sammy, thank you so much, and John, thank you so much, and everybody else, and Jalise, and everybody, thank everybody for coming in. And yeah, just also Sammy's channel, and let's help push her film out in the documentaries because she's doing really well.
Yeah, I just hope it all ends for you now and they sort of lay off. Because what I've noticed is once you've put something out there and you have mentioned, and they do lay off and they realise other people are watching.
I think I honestly don't think he's going to anytime soon. He's told John it's personal, but it's a bit personal between myself and him as well. Hi, Stacey, thank you for coming in. Does John know if there was a lass by the name of Carla, the fella's nickname, Wednesday at the castle? Do you know? But she's just asking the question, like, by... Right. Was there a man's name called Wednesday that you can remember? I'm
not interested.
All right. Okay. Right.
Yeah, see, this is the problem, Emma, is you get other people, like I know you've got people following you that you know, but then you'll get people following you that will be Stu Armstrong or Clark or Aaron on fake accounts, and then they try talking to you. And that's why we're being more careful now. We don't want to talk to anyone. You've come on with your face and you've said that this is who I am, this is what I'm going through. But a lot of people don't do that, and from now on, you just got to stay away from false accounts.
Yeah. Well, Stacey's got rather a large channel, and she's been against Umbles for some time and looked right into firm fellas and led me with some very good information regarding firm fellas and stuff. So she's really a good person. Yeah, she's good.
I just have major trust issues now from everything that went on, and I've had so many catfish try and message me and get information.
Yeah.
Sammy?
Yeah.
The thing is, the public don't really understand fishing and catfishing. They don't really get it.
Oh, we do know catfishing. Everybody knows about catfishing. There's been all kinds on about catfishing, hasn't there?
They don't really understand it. The technology and the ideas behind some of these things are far more elaborate than what I'm letting on.
Yeah, definitely, John. Stacey trolls Humble. Yeah, that's right, she does. And makes videos about him in a hunt piece. She does. She's a good girl. So, thank you everybody for coming on, and he doesn't need to be so rude about it. I know that's what I think as well. I said as well. I'm very much like you, like that. So she only asked a question at the end of the day. Right. Sorry about that, Stacey, but I will try and ask the other ones that I know that have been around there and try and get you the answer to that. Thank you for coming in. Elsie will need plenty of rest, and thank you everybody. I'm going to end this now. Thank you. Right, cheers. Thanks. Bye.